All right. We missed you clapping in, bro.
I figured.
We missed your clap.
I have a donkey show story. Is that?
I've never heard it, so that would be actually pretty good.
Let me. I can't show. I'll show you guys a picture.
Oh, I've never seen the picture either.
Oh, gross.
But because I took
see.
a picture of it because people were not going to believe that I went to one. I'm from Tijuana, so that we invented that. But it was like a legend for years until I finally found myself in one.
Was the donkey painted like a zebra?
No. The donkey was a gray, very fucking depressed donkey.
Was he hung?
It was probably like that long.
Jesus Christ.
Who do you think has a better life, the zebra donkeys or the donkeys? That
Zebra donkeys get a lot of apples. That fucking donkey only got was probably like ketamine.
An ass.
and very subpar ass.
That's fucked.
Oh, where is that donkey picture? Hold on. Let me.
Speaking of sucking off donkeys. No.
Well, you don't need to stop there.
Welcome to the show.
I usually keep this donkey picture.
You need to like star it or heart it.
That's not one of your favorites?
Somebody told me it's like apparently illegal to have donkey pictures.
Really?
It's in some parts of the U.S. it's considered
The whole bestiality thing.
yeah.
It wasn't you.
I mean, it wasn't me. I just fucking took it. I was just like.
She turns over and smiles.
Hold on, let me fucking find this horrible picture. God damn it, where is it?
You're like, hold on, you got some broccoli in your teeth.
Yeah.
Smile again. Oh, you blinked.
I took it with a fucking Nextel phone camera. Remember those?
Yeah.
So it's not the best quality, but you can.
Your chirp was going off right in the middle of the show.
It's like 0.3 megapixels.
Where the fuck is this horrible donkey show picture?
Can you search under like donkey and then it'll?
No, you can't search under donkey. Oh, there it is.
Oh, fuck. Where's the donkey?
It's right underneath the lady.
Oh, it's on its back.
Yeah. So, no, you can't.
It lays
you
down?
can't zoom in on that.
Why not?
Hold on. I have to tell the story, and then I'll pass the phone around.
Jesus Christ.
How's that?
I've never seen a donkey laying on its back like that.
I mean,
It's interesting.
You get, she keeps her shoes on because it's sexy.
Oh, fucking gross.
What? Let me see. Can't show him that.
You can almost see her stretch marks.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, where the fuck's the donkey at?
How do they? So the donkey's just laying on the ground.
Oh, that motherfucker has to be on some ketamine or some
Yeah,
shit.
I mean,
like
this the only.
It's like some taxidermy.
I've never seen this
there.
picture.
And for me, it's fascinating that Americans are really like they're all about ketamine now. The ketamine's been down there forever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I
Oh,
remember.
Special K.
Wait, so who's this guy?
What? What do you mean? Who is he?
He's the donkey holder.
Oh, he's just holding the
There's
arms.
two of them. There's two of them.
He's there for moral support.
When they came up on stage, like one of our guys was like armed, and he was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And then they turned this donkey over like a table.
I like the smoke in the picture too. It's a nice ambience.
That's
Yeah.
my friend smoking. Like
That's your,
Wow.
A little saucy.
I imagined like somebody like the donkey was going to be standing there and this girl was like holding on.
No,
like,
no. It's like a motorcycle. It's like she's like, and
It's
and
like a
also
donkey cycle.
she's like this. She's connected.
Yeah, that's like the inverse of what I
Yeah,
was
she's
expecting.
connected all right. That fucking donkey
That thing
dick
is
is
gapped
like,
out for sure. She's like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't, dude. I just
that thing's touching her fucking tonsils.
Yeah.
I just remember she was like,
She was built like Kevin too.
Yeah, she was.
More stretch marks.
built for pushing.
All right, so let's make an intro. We have Eddie Dennis and Ed Calderon on today. Eddie and I go back probably 10, 11 years, if not longer. We met through a mutual friend over at Prometheus Design Works. Went on a bunch of adventures together, a bunch of SHOT Show adventures. And, you've been a small business owner and entrepreneur for quite a while now. And then, Ed, I mean, how the fuck do we even begin to describe
my donkey show of a life.
You were, grew up in Mexico, went into law enforcement, chasing cartel individuals and really getting a good lay of the land. And I think I was introduced to you probably about 8-9 years ago somehow, but you were my my man with all the answers back when I was living down there in order to make sure that I didn't end up fucking face down in a ditch.
Yeah,
Or in a donkey show.
You were trying to figure out a life in a very spicy part of Mexico.
Yeah.
And I was trying to give you kind of the lay of the land. I mean, it's a place where, you know, beheadings and shit like that happen. So I was like, are you sure about this?
Yeah. I mean, there was quite a few times driving across the border and headed down to Rosarito where I would see, this is going to suck. Driving down there and seeing just white sheets or even no white sheets, people hanging from bridges. And,
Dude, that's fucked.
And they're just standing around, just kind of looking at it. And, you know, I think those typical ones were just kind of shot in the head and pushed out the door in order to kind of get out of there. But, yeah, give us a little bit of backstory on your life.
I mean, I grew up on the border, Tijuana. I get a lot of comments about my clear English, and they assume that I was like born up here or some shit like that. Tijuana is a border city, and there's no way you grow up there without getting Americanized. We only had when I was growing up, we had 4 channels on TV. Cartels, which is our only Mexican channel.
The TJ is like a suburb of San Diego.
Yeah.
You know? Or San Diego's a suburb of TJ.
KPBS, which is like Mr. Rogers basically taught me how to speak English. And Fox and NBC, I think, is the other channels. But there's no way you can grow up there without having English. Because that's basically any job you will get, even as a kid, as a teenager, will ask you, like, can you speak English? So, kind of
What would you say?
Sí, poquito. So I grew up in Tijuana, skateboarding, bunch of was in a few bands and shit like that growing up. I think I got to live through the last of the good era, I think, of Tijuana, when it was like a party town, when it was kind of still safe to go out and stuff like that.
No
and
passports required for
no
crossing
passports
border.
required. I mean, you would get robbed and maybe the cops would take your money, but that was about the most dangerous thing that could happen.
Yeah.
And that kind of slowly started shifting. I think I was probably 17 when I saw a lot of my friends that I grew up skateboarding with kind of show up with cool cars. You know, started showing up in I think back then the trend was like souped up Jeep Cherokees and these like square bodied Cherokees. So I started seeing these guys roll up in these cars and the latest greatest cell phones and just like money out of nowhere. And I couldn't.
Was this like the 90s?
It's early 2000s.
Yeah.
Like late 90s, early 2000s. And I just basically started saying, like, hey, like, if you want money, like, this is how you do it. Either being a drug mule or if you had any sort of connections in industry, if your parents were rich or they had money or they had any businesses, they were basically looking for people like that in the middle class to... The narco juniors was the phenomenon that we would call them. Like, basically people that were well off. They weren't looking for poor people. They were looking for people that were well off for the middle class to use as drug mules. If you had a passport, they wanted that, you know.
Yeah.
If you had any sort of family ties to the U.S., they wanted that. So a lot of my friends started going that way.
Was that due to immigration or just running drugs and kind of
Running people and drugs.
Yeah.
Both of them were like big money makers for people that back then. And the border fence was not like it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, back then it was just a piece of steel.
Yeah.
All you needed was fog and a moonless night, and you could make bank.
Yeah.
Moving people across that border, or having somebody that looked like somebody that they had a passport from, and just like pretend that he's drunk and passed out in the back seat, and just pan over the passport to somebody, and there you go. So that was like the climate that I was like coming up in, and I wasn't. My family was pretty not well off. And there was a lot of issues in my family back then, and I was pretty much on my own. So I saw a lot of my friends going through that realm, and it was tempting. Then I got this ad in the newspaper for this experimental police force that they were working on. I mean, I grew up on G.I. Joe and all these fucking propaganda, American propaganda in my head, and I saw this paramilitary police force that they were working on. And if you don't have any kids, you're unmarried, young, dumb, full of come join us. I remember showing this article to some members of my family, and they were like, "You'll never make it through. This is not for you." That was the worst thing.
Like because of how difficult it was, or
because I was a shit show, you know.
Oh, right.
ADHD, fucking spiky hair, skateboard, fucking wearing patches on my jacket and all this shit. So that they didn't, they were like, "There's no way you can make it through." I got there and did my physical qualifications wearing skateboarding shoes, Edneys. And I remember just looking around me, like a bunch of ex-military guys around me, some people from other police organizations trying to join up there. And I was like, man, I'm going to get smoked. And I was 20, about to turn 21, but I would skateboard everywhere, so my cardio was pretty good. I smoked everybody there.
Skateboarding in TJ is not easy, considering just how shoot up the sidewalks and streets are.
It's that, and also it's not illegal, but the cops will basically harass you. Like, if you're a fucking easy mark for them, so they show up and fucking pick everybody up. So
Were the roads better back then?
No, fuck no.
Because they're fucked right now.
Yeah. Well, you had to have some softy wheels on that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I have so many fucking pot marks on my arms. I just ended up in this weird paramilitary institution. The guys that were doing the training were all members of the Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas Especiales, the GAFES, the people that would then turn into the Zetas. Those were the guys doing the instructing for us. All I knew about military police academies or police academies in general was what I seen in movies and shit like that. So I police academy was in my mind, and all of a sudden,
fucking Steve Gutenberg.
yeah, high tower and all that.
I'm for sure going to see some titties.
Yeah, I was like, dude, there's going to be an instructor there, female instructor or something like that. No. Bread and dick is all you're going to have to eat, is what they told us at the beginning. And
bread and dick.
Yeah.
They were all out of bread.
What did you have the most of?
I mean, they told us straight off, there's no more bread. It ran out 2 days ago. They dumped everything out of, I remember I had fucking, all my shit there. They dumped everything out into this fucking, there was this ornamental fountain in the middle of the dormitories, and they dumped everything out in there. So we had to dry our clothes, and they took everything that wasn't supposed to be with us. It was third world paramilitary training. So whatever you have in your mind of these AK-47s being shot around your head to simulate reality, and all it gave me was hearing loss in one ear. Sexual fucking harassment going on from the instructors to some of the female cadets. Just weird shit, man.
So how many dudes were in this inaugural class?
They went through generations. I was the 7th generation of them. There was about 34 of us.
Oh fuck. Okay.
And I mean, right off the bat, they had an open door policy. If you didn't want to go through the training, or if you felt like you shouldn't be there, the door was open. But the deeper you went into the training, the harder it was to fucking say, well, this was cool. Let me just leave now. But people started showing up like, hey, at the beginning of it, you get your information gets passed on to the FBI and shit like that, which is a fairly new thing back then. So people would go into the police force in Mexico, but there was no way of them communicating with the U.S. side. So you can come up to the U.S. and be a heroin trafficker up here in the U.S. and then go back to Mexico and just join the police force. And there was no way of them to find out that. But when I was going through it, they just initially started doing FBI background checks on people. So you would be information in the morning, and they would be like, hey, you, and you, come here. And, oh, yeah, these guys are all cartel plants. They're here to basically go through the training and just be a part of this institution. Like, fuck.
Holy shit.
And then you're like, fuck, I shared a lot of details with them. Or like, hey, I remember this one guy was excelling at everything. He was a pretty smart kid. Turned out to be, he was one of the most prolific people smugglers in the region. But all of his legal issues were on the state side, not down there. So, I mean, the group that I was in became smaller and smaller. And eventually I found myself being part of this group. It's the military basically was running it. Mm-hmm. They didn't trust any sort of civilian authority, so they would get military officials or officers to basically become part of the command structure with us. And when we came out, I was like, So what are we doing? Who are we arresting? Arresting? Get in that Humvee with these military guys. You're gonna go. They don't know their way around here. So and you have arresting powers. They don't. So
what was the goal of this unit? Was it because it didn't exist before? What was it designed to do?
This was at the start of the drug war, like the official kickoff of the drug war. I think they were getting Mexico was under a federal government that was on the conservative side, and this is before Calderon kind of really officially kicked off the drug war. But you could already see that a lot of these organizations were getting really big, and they were starting to affect businesses and politics. So everybody was like, we need to do something about it. The military was about to get kind of put into the fight, but they weren't there yet. So the federal police back then was a bunch of military guys dressed in gray with their G3s in the back of trucks. And they didn't know their way around. They couldn't write they didn't know how to write on a computer. So if you arrested somebody and you had to write a report, shit like that, they're not going to be any help. So I think we were kind of there at the beginning to kind of fill in some of those gaps. But eventually we just got, we were kind of independent from all that, and we would just, get targets at night or during the day, and we just fucking started hitting anything that was even remotely related to some of these organizations.
It's mostly drugs or everything. Drugs, people smuggling. Or all number of crimes and shit.
At one point, we were basically being tasked with anything high profile. So everything from abductions for ransom, some pretty high level abductions for ransom, organized crime, people smuggling, any sort of international efforts in the spaces we were operating. I mean, I got to work in liaison with a lot of Americans down there. So anything high profile, basically, we were being tasked with. Mind you, we had a magnifying glass up our asses, basically. Our financials were being looked at. They would show up to our houses and take pictures of our houses every couple of...
just out of the blue? Wow.
They were like, hey, you had one TV last time we were here. Now we have two. Like weird questions like that. Or if you had a significant other, they would ask you like, hey, does he get drunk every now and then and just shoots gun out in the air or some shit like that? So,
shut up, bitch!
Yeah, exactly. there was a lot of people that would, and also just polygraph testing, which people will say if they're valid or not. I think they're probably more in your head than anything. But we would get polygraph tested every year, and psychological evaluation. Basically, we're trying to keep us on the up and up. For a while, that was the case, and they would use us for specific things that not a lot of people got to get access to and trusted with.
So all these prerequisites that you guys had before going in, was that due to them not being able to hold your family ransom or your wife, or kind of bringing work home and like that threat management?
I think at some point during the initial stages of this formation of where I was at, there was a lot of American influence there. So there were people there that worked for DEA at some point. And I think I've met some of them now coming out of it, who were kind of instrumental in kind of figuring some of the ways you could have a unit outside of the United States working, and, have a way to trust and verify who they were, I guess. Mental health was a big issue for a lot of organizations and groups down there, and substance abuse was a big thing. Alcoholism was like a baseline. Everybody in my unit at least was like, hey, if you can't finish this bottle of mezcal, I don't know what you're doing here. Right?
Yeah, sounds like the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
So that was an issue, and also, you could pass all these background checks and all these verifications you want, but at some point somebody's going to show up and say, hey, here's $100,000. Tell us exactly where you're going to be at in the next few days, so we avoid you.
Yeah.
How are you going to get around that?
Yeah.
And also, some of the guys would come in like myself without any kids or family, and they would get kids and family, and needs would change.
Yeah.
Sometimes you would see some of these guys go into places. We had 2 guys go into this house once. I wasn't there for it, but we responded to it. They were working with the military. They go to this house. They said they found indications of a laboratory. And when there's shit like that happens, usually, you don't want any of that shit on you. So they asked the people they were working with to cordon off everything and secure before the people that would show up to basically take care of dismantling this laboratory got there. And then they cut off communications. When the guys that were working with them went in to investigate what was going on, they found a big hole in the garage on the concrete. They probably found a lot of money there. I don't know how much, but a lot. They found their 2 radios and cell phones in the microwave, and these guys were gone.
No shit.
Damn.
That's what a Faraday cage for those things.
We they were like, hey, who knows where these guys live? Like some of us did, so we went to their houses to try to figure out where the fuck they were. Families were gone. Everything left.
Wow.
How can you deal with that? How can you prepare for something like that? I mean, it's hard to figure out how to keep people honest in a place where 1, they're getting paid a shit wage. 2, I couldn't get any sort of credit card or credit of any kind because you're a cop. Who's going to pay it off when you die? So there's no way to get credit.
Wow.
At least when I was active, there was no way to get credit as a cop down there. So
That's crazy, man.
That's fucking nuts.
And also, it's Mexico. You tell somebody you're a cop. I mean, I think gay porn actors have way more validity down there than somebody saying you're a cop.
Yeah.
So it's automatically you're a threat, a danger. Nobody wants to be around you. You get invited to places. You get invited to family reunions. So it's a shit job in a lot of ways.
Dang.
Or it was back then. I don't know if it's changed. Although I still keep in contact with some of the guys that are still on, but I don't think things have changed that much.
Yeah.
It was, it was every year there was 4 or 5 guys that would either get killed, arrested, or just on the run. So our numbers dwindled.
How many did you start with?
I mean, I could speak about my generation. We were probably 32 or 34.
Oh man!
At the beginning, and right now, alive and well, there's about 5 of us.
Damn.
And still active, there's about 3.
That's a small group. Wow.
And it's a combination of mental health, suicide, fucking up and getting caught, and getting killed. We were our health insurance was our life insurance was provided by MetLife back then, and I remember one of the guys telling us that like numbers wise, we had probably one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet.
Yeah,
back
shit.
then. So yeah, it was at the start of this war that's still raging on down there. So there was a lot of lessons that hadn't been learned. A lot of lessons related to OPSEC. People just didn't have that culture down there. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, social media became a thing. Like, hey, it's probably a good idea not to put your shit out there. People just didn't know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's probably a good idea not to bring your own communication devices to work. And then somebody would get grabbed and their phones would get looked through, and now everybody's compromised. Yeah. Everybody that touched that phone is being compromised. Blackberries were a thing back then. And people thought they were secure, but they weren't, So, and also a lot of us would get this very in-depth scrutiny on us. And then at the top of the pyramid, we had a guy who is currently in federal custody here in the U.S. because he was basically feeding a lot of this information to the cartels.
Oh, shit.
So it was a shit show.
Dang.
It was a shit show.
How long are you in that?
It's about 12 years.
Oh, dude, that's a long time to do that.
I did 12 years of that. I did a little bit of everything when I was in. I did operational stuff. I did investigations. I did bodyguarding down there. Bodyguarding down there is different than up here. depending on who you're working with, you're basically like I did close protection for a man named Lieutenant Colonel Izola, who was a legendary figure down there. Is a military officer who basically took control of our unit, and I was one of his close security members when he first got assigned to that. And I was like, man, cool. It's going to be like a lot of time in the office and shit like that. No, man. He was like, hey, let's go fucking kick
like
doors
out there
down.
traveling all the time.
No, like, let's go kick doors down. Like
We're gonna get after it.
nuts. He was nuts, but in a good way. Like
But he was in a wheelchair too, right? At that time?
at the end, he was like he got about 11 assassination attempts.
God
on
damn, dude.
him. They tried to poison him with like some of the juices he would drink. They went all the way to the factory. The cartels went all the way to the factory, tried to poison him. They cloned a whole military unit to try and do a roadblock and get him. Dude, they tried. He was the chief of police in Juarez for a while, and when he got out of that job, somebody came up behind him as he was trying to cross into the U.S. and shot him in the back. That took his legs off.
Damn.
But he's still, I don't know.
Still kicking?
He's still kicking.
Still kicking.
I mean, I see him every now and then. We're still in communication, and I don't know. I still kick to attention when he's around.
That's cool, man. Yeah. Gotta have characters like that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of our. I think he's probably one, if not one of the only ones that I've met like that, who are like. He gets a lot of accusations of corruption. Anybody at that level does. Mm-hmm. But I saw how he lived before he got into the job, and I see how he lives now. I mean, if he's hiding millions of dollars somewhere, I don't see it. Mm-hmm. But people like that in Mexico, will get celebrated for a bit, and then when politics change, which is usually what happens down there. Again, we went from a federal government that was mostly to the right of the political spectrum, now completely to the left. Mm. So all of that, even the successes, are now vilified as like human rights violations and criminality, and it's bad. So I eventually found myself on the other end of that, basically. After 12 years doing that type of work, all of the people that I worked with, all of the successes that I had, some of the ways that I tried to put myself out there were all related to a political party that was on its way out. And a lot of the safeguards they did to keep us honest were taken away because they were considered unconstitutional and unfair. So a lot of the people that got fired, all of a sudden, they're in the office like, hey,
we're back in action. Yeah.
5 years later, like, what were you doing for 5 years? Don't worry about it.
Fuck, man.
So
Damn.
I when that happened, I had to call in a few favors, and a few friends showed up for me. I had some pretty cool friends in NSW, some of the same dudes that trained us while we were still active down there, and I got rescued in a lot of ways, I guess. I found myself one day working down there and just having a meeting with my former boss and saying like, hey, this is how things are going to be playing out now, and all these people that just got hired back on are going to be working with you guys directly. And I'm like, God damn. To finding myself in a hurry, making my way up to the U.S. And seeking my immigration. I was lucky, man. I had a pretty cool host family, and I did a lot of good work down there, and some of that was reflected in my ability to be up here now. But man, it's like to this day, I kind of look back at it and it's like, fuck, how did I survive that?
Yeah, it sounds wild.
Yeah, there was a lot of shit went on those 12 years that I'm still processing.
What about you, Eddie? What was, what's a bit
How
of
am I
your
going to top
background?
that? Shit.
I know, right?
Well, I worked at Radio Shack. Sometimes those flip phones would stock up, and so I did retail when I was younger, and didn't really know what I wanted to do. I did retail, and then kind of climbed the corporate ladder in a couple of companies, one of them being Radio Shack. And then decided I wanted something different. And one of my brothers was looking into becoming a firefighter. And I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And we had a battalion chief who was lived like 2 streets down that we were close with too. So so got into being a volunteer firefighter for a while, and did all kinds of, from there, went up, did EMS. So altogether probably did EMS and fire for about 10 years. And personal life kind of changed real quick, and found myself being a full-time single dad by myself. So had to kind of figure out something else different, and just kept doing EMS. There'd be times where I'd be working at a motocross park, and I'd have I'd be in this like beat up truck waiting for somebody to go down, and I had my 2-year-old sitting in a car seat with me. Like I'd have to bring her to work because there was nobody to watch her. So I did that for a while, and at one of these motocross parks I was working at, I had my laptop, and I was getting into guns, and this is embarrassing, but I was getting into, I'd always been like, I'd go hunting with my dad and stuff, and I'd always been into guns, but I was like discovering AR-15s and all this. And then I discovered SOE Tactical. So I was like, oh, I want a chest rig and all this. So behind this motocross park, they would have they'd have this big dirt berm and stuff, and like just extra dirt. So I would go. At this point, I was getting into morale patches, and I was kind of like selling them. So I had maybe like 10, 15 years ago, I started Instagram, and I was posting and stuff. And I would go back there I bought some 511 pants, and I got to find these pictures. It's so cringy to even talk about it, but I'd get all like 511'd up, and I'd have my AR-15, and I'd have one of the other, like, it was all Mexican dudes there, and they would talk shit that I would make them do this, but I'd have them hold my phone and take pictures of me. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, like never took a class in my life. And I would go and post that, and I'd just post from like what I saw, other people doing on social media, and I was like trying to duplicate it, but it was just fucking embarrassing. So as Tactile Afters was growing, I was like putting content up, and people were like commenting. They're like, oh, how the fuck are you going to own this company called Tactical Outfitters and have no fucking idea what you're doing? I mean, it was bad, so I was like, fuck, they're right. So I started looking into courses, and like started like taking whatever I could in Southern California. So like any kind of course that would pop up. And then I took everything I could in Southern California. And I think even Nick was my instructor a couple times. Went out to Arizona, like whatever I could for years. And then I would post videos of me actually being somewhat proficient. And then motherfuckers on Instagram would be like, that's great that now you can run a gun, but you're still 300 pounds. I bet you can't run a mile. And I'm like, God damn, fuck, they're right. So like,
Don't read the comments, dude.
Dude, I'm horrible. So, so they were right. So I was like, fuck, now I got to get in the shape. So,
Pear is a shape.
Yeah, it was plump, like thank God 5'11" made 44-inch waist, but so they were right. I probably couldn't run a mile. So, I started getting into shape, found jiu-jitsu, started doing Muay Thai, started eating better, and with my wife too, that we all helped because she was like almost as big as me. And together we probably lost like over 200 pounds between the two of us.
That's awesome.
So, long story short, now I don't even post any pictures. So now like I'm much thinner than I was before. And like, I'm like at the toddler stage of proficiency with, firearms and tactics and stuff. But now I don't post anything because now I don't give a fuck. So it's like I did bullying is great. Like it works great for me. Like, I'm healthier, I'm more capable, all of this. But, yeah, I really think bullying is a great thing, and you should really do it to adults.
It works, man.
That's what I always see. Like when people start talking about like trannies and fucking 40 years ago when somebody would come out of the fucking closet, or like they really had to worry about getting their fucking asses kicked or being bullied, or now it's like people are out in the open about it. But it's so funny, you see the fucking hashtag, it's like BBB. People are like, Better Business Bureau? It's like, no, bring back bullying. Yeah. I was like, oh, fuck, dude.
Well, now you get bullied for being a straight white male.
Yeah. No shit, right?
Yeah, that's true. Like, so I'm brown, and I'm not from here, But I've had a lot of, this experience of seeing people apologize for like, hey, I'm sorry for what my ancestor did. And I'm like, man, my ancestors were cannibals. They would do some horrible shit to people.
Like human sacrifices and shit.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Like, I mean, my ancestors were Tlaxcaltecans. The Spanish allied themselves with them to fuck over the fucking Aztecs. And they were famous for inventing pozole, which is basically human stew. And sometimes I get into these conversations with like some of my. I try and keep myself open to the American experience of any kind, dude. I'm like I just want to learn, So I go, and like we travel constantly. Like we're in the middle of Texas in one day, and the next day we're somewhere in Portland, and we're speaking to sword swallowers, or people that are that have that lifestyle, the LGBTQ and the plus side of things as well, trying to teach me about pronouns, and I'm okay. I'm just learning. I'm just learning this American culture. Like, let me hear. But then you get into this weird side of like, hey, what do they call them? Colonizers.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, like you have Aztec blood, and I'm like, no, I have Tlaxcaltecan blood. Aztecs were the bad guys in the story. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, the Aztecs were the Aztecs were the immigrant invaders. Aztecs are, Aztecs were from Utah. That's where they're from.
You probably blew their mind with that one.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like one thing I notice here is everything is trying to be. It's my watch exploding. I'm sorry, I have the Unabomber watch going on. Everything has to be simplified here. I think is kind of what I've gotten. Like they want to have everything either be good or bad, right?
Yeah.
And when you're from Mexico and you have I have Spanish, Yugoslavian, and native blood in me. There's nothing simple about that.
Yeah.
But up here, it's like you have to be of one caste or the other.
Yeah,
which
it's
I
identity
think
politics.
Yeah.
They always want to be the good guy and the downtrodden and the fucking. I'm the oppressed.
Got to be the bad guy or
yeah,
the victim.
That's exactly
victim,
who's the biggest victim.
Exactly,
Right?
it's competition.
When I'm like, cool, then I'm thinking about it myself. I'm like, I'm an immigrant. That's, I have some native blood in me, maybe. I should come out of the closet somehow as well. I'll have all the diamonds of Thanos, right? All the
Right.
Infinity Stones, and just be completely uncancelable.
I think that was a thing in San Francisco for a while. Like if you recognized as something like that, you could get like paid. Like a couple years ago, that was a thing.
Really?
Not surprised.
There was a thing in San Francisco where if you recognized as something, like they were gonna give you checks.
Yeah,
And I remember there was memes where it's just like, fuck this,
so
like
a handicapped,
putting on my wife's dress and
indigenous, gay, like what are the other ones on there?
I'll be whatever you want for a check,
totally,
homie.
but I'm also like, hey, I've been to some parts of the U.S. Like I went to Tennessee once. I don't even know what part of it I was in. I was followed around a Walmart, because I'm brown, which is great. I like that type of shit. But
So you couldn't steal at this one then?
I couldn't steal it.
Okay.
But I got to see like some poverty there, like white poverty. God damn.
Yeah.
Like I'm from Tijuana, it's third world for some people. I didn't live that way, I got to see some poverty there, and the people that were part of that poverty were white. Mm-hmm. But I also got to see on the other side of my American experience, I got to see people born with like money in their bank accounts because they're a part of a tribe that has a casino there. Mm-hmm. But other tribes were not lucky to have a casino. They don't have shit, and they have like some of these reservations are like God damn, like mean worse than some parts of Mexico. So, and I don't know. I think my American experience has been like I grew up watching the U.S. on television and in movies, and then when I came up here, I'm like, God damn, none of this is true, or you're more divided than I thought, or than most people think, I guess.
Yeah, culture's become fractured quite a bit over the last couple decades. The American culture is very unified after 9/11. I think it's probably the most unified it's been in, I don't know, 100 fucking years, probably since World War II. But since then, you know, everybody's gone their own way.
Shit, they're on the brink of electing a communist Muslim to
Right?
fucking mayor of New York. You know, it's like 25 years later, you're like,
Yeah, but
wow.
that's one side of it. But also on the other side of it, this is becoming really popular. And like openly popular. When I say this, I mean, you know.
Oh yeah.
But people are okaying it.
On my end, I'm like,
Well,
I get the desperation and the anger, but also like, what the fuck?
Well, the only people
Yeah.
I see that, because the weird thing about the left is they say they're anti-fascist, but yet Hitler would be pretty proud of their what they believe. Like he's like, oh fuck the Jews. He's like, yes, fuck the Jews. You know, I mean, like it's they're doing the same shit and they believe the same shit.
Yeah.
But then they're making the right out to be the fascists, and it's just not fucking true.
I think there's two basically.
Yeah, there's an extreme on each
like-
side.
yeah.
Yeah, and they're both equally bad.
And but they get the most playtime though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
and I know there's a middle because I speak to a bunch of people all over the country, and all of them come to me with like, "Hey, this is my experience," and I like Eddie. We go out after we do training, or we go on a podcast, or we just travel for our own for the business. Like, I make it a point to like talk to people, like, "Hey, like, what's going on here in Portland, or what's going on here in Texas, or wherever I'm at." And you get the sense that there's some weird center out there, but they're not entertaining to watch online.
Yeah, I think most people are in the center. I haven't seen anybody on the right actually be a proponent of like true Nazism or Hitler, but I have seen a lot of people on the left say that, like they've been saying for the last 20 years, everything on the right is.
We have
is
like
Hitler.
some of those. What's the fucking traveling the group? I mean, they might as well be fucking Nazis. They wear uniforms. Not the
Antifa.
Proud Boys, but it's something like that
On the right or the left?
on the right.
I think it is a Proud Boys.
I think.
Oh, you're talking about the federal one. It's all feds.
I don't know. I saw
They-
some
they
dudes.
march out
I was
and
in
it's like-
Austin doing a job down there, and they had a whole. They were like carrying flags, and they were in like khaki pants and like
Yeah, they're
a
all
white
feds,
shirt.
bro.
Or
Yeah, they recently, the day that the federal funding got whatever shut off, they fucking disbanded. Like, they're 100% feds. I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I don't know,
and
but
you look
they're-
at the guys, they all look like brand new fucking FBI guys.
Shut the box
There's
down.
no
Yeah.
way they're not feds.
No, I don't know, but it's fucking crazy. Like the dudes were like marching and they were like all chanting, like, you know, might as well have been chanting fucking white power.
Right.
You
no,
know,
they do. But those aren't real people, though. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
They got caught showing up in a fucking U-Haul one time. Remember that? They caught them all showing up, getting busted in on the back
Oh
of a
yeah,
fucking U-Haul.
yeah. I mean, yeah, these dudes
Yeah.
are from
Crisis
you know,
actors or something.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
but-
yeah.
There's crisis actors on the left and the right, but what I mean is like those people don't really exist. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
paid to act this
Well,
way.
these
and present
these dudes
this way.
all like had their faces and shit covered, and I was
Exactly.
like, what the? I'm like, who the fuck are these guys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a ploy.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but it is fucking weird. Like you're saying with like even like people saying we're anti-fascist, but I'm like, but you're advocating for
Fascism.
stifling free
Yeah,
speech,
exactly.
Or you're advocating for. I mean, I'm all for like, hey, yeah, your point of view is valid. I'm not gonna go outside and some dude standing out here with a fucking sign that says "kill all babies" or "abortion's great" or whatever the fucking thing is. I'm not gonna go out there with a bat and try and fucking
No.
bash their fucking or steal their fucking signs and go, you guys are fucked up. Whereas you see some pretty fucked up shit on like campuses.
Yeah.
Where I think a lot of the breeding ground or the fucking the grounds are like where they're literally teaching our kids
Yeah,
how to
100%.
fucking be left leaning.
Yeah,
And it's a lot of fucking weird, like, anybody that has a like Charlie Kirk, he would go on campuses and preach, hey, this. I mean, they fucking killed his ass. People can say, well, it was a fucking right-leaning guy or it was a left-leaning guy. I think, pretty sure they came out and said, hey, dude, this kid that was the trigger puller was, whatever. But we can go down this fucking rabbit hole for fucking hours. But
yeah, I've experienced universities in the U.S. and we have some of that in Mexico too. Mexico is going through its experimentation with wokeism right now and socialism. Like we're right in the middle of it right now.
Is Latinx gonna ever stick?
I mean, not down there. I don't think. I've had people up here try to put that label on, like, hey, Latinx, you should. That's a more adequate. Like, ¿qué? ¿Vergas? ¿Es eso? Latin what?
I don't think Mexicans even care about a label.
No, no. I mean, like, also, like, dude, we're Mexicans. Like, Mexico. Mexico has Mexican culture is very racist.
Hell yeah.
Like they told me, like, oh, American racism and shit like that. Experience racism in Mexico. I could tell you a story, like a very racist story that happened in my family.
Against their own kind, too.
Yeah. I'm on the brown side,
Then you got the Mexico City Blancos.
Yeah, then you have Mexico City. Like, there's my dad is, God bless him. I love my dad. He's great, but he's old school. My daughter was born on the light side of the skin spectrum, and somebody else in my family had kids as well, and they were born on the brown side of things. My dad it's Christmas morning, and my dad has my kid. She's like, "Oh, la princesa, you're the princess, right?" And then the other member of my family of the same age as my daughter comes over, and she's on the brown side. I was like, what about me, Grandpa? You can be the princess's maid. Which was like, God damn it. But it was very funny and horrible. But God damn. But that is kind of endemic to the culture.
Yeah.
Right? And there's 3 Mexicos. Northern Mexico, where you get a lot of the people that are, mixed, I guess, or it's just a different culture up in northern Mexico. Then you get central Mexico, which is where Mexico City is our California, basically. It's also the center of governance. So there's a lot of weird ideas that happen in Mexico City or in central Mexico that the rest of Mexico is like, what the fuck are you doing?
Sounds like California. Yeah.
Dude, biggest fucking city in North America, too. A lot of people don't realize it's bigger than fucking New York.
Yeah.
It is a big fucking city.
And then there's southern Mexico, which is forgotten. That's where a lot of the native, a lot of our native people live, and some fucking bomb ass food, but they're really forgotten.
You think like Oaxaca area?
Oaxaca, Chiapas,
Yeah.
and other parts of rural Mexico that are just kind of forgotten.
And it goes like from light to dark, huh?
Yeah.
Like like light, and then you get the middle, and it gets like really dark.
Yeah.
And what do they call it? Comi? Do you want me to say that word?
I mean, that's. I mean, I don't say it, but some people say it. If you're from southern Mexico, this is my experience. This is shit that I would learn in like working with people from all over Mexico when I was working for the government. You would get some of the guys from central Mexico or southern Mexico coming to work in places like Baja with us, and you would hear terms like comechangos, which means monkey eater, which is it's an insult to the southern people from southern Mexico because some of them eat monkeys, right? And it's I've partaken in monkey before. It's not that good. Or they would have this the ultimate insult you can give to somebody from southern Mexico, and it's something I learned from. They would scream that at each other. You grew up naked in the woods. Tú creciste encuerado en el bosque o en la selva. And I was like, what do you mean? What does that mean? And some of these guys would actually be naked in the woods. That's how they grew up. Yeah. But that was an insult.
Wow.
Between them. Like, I had clothes growing up. You grew up naked in the woods. And it would just blow my mind. It's like, God damn, Mexico's
very fucked up.
And they look at you like the lighter your skin, you more likely have more wealth.
Yes,
right?
Yeah. Or there was this fucking experiment they did on in Mexico where they would give a blonde Barbie and a brown Barbie to these native kids, you know, and they would ask him, which is the evil Barbie? And the brown one was the evil one, and which is the good one, the blonde one. And it's because we in Mexico grew up with novelas, which is basically how we learned how to live, I guess. These soap operas, right?
Yeah.
And the villains, you can always tell which of these ladies was going to be the villain because the brunette, brown was
It looked like Cruella de Vil style, yeah.
And the blonde one was like, you know, that's how you knew.
Plot twist.
What about when you brought home a white girlfriend? How was your dad about that?
Dude. This was pretty recent. A few years back, I was dating somebody that was Middle America,
Very fair skin.
fair skin, green eyes.
What was his name?
Andrea.
Michael.
And I remember my dad is, you know, he's a funny guy, but kind of he's always has this serious mask on. And I remember she walked in and he was like, and he has trouble standing. He walked over to me and says, "Muy bien, muy bien." La sangre está mejorando. The blood is bettering.
The blood is better.
Yeah, so that's what some of us in Mexico grew up with. So when we see like
That's fucking
people
funny
up
as
here
fuck.
talking about like Nazis and shit like that, we're like, yeah.
So my shit was the other way. So my wife is Mexican. Her mom was born in Guadalajara, and makes great pozole. By the way, I didn't realize that she was putting fucking human meat in it. But,
It came originally with people.
but it's funny because like my whole side of everybody but me speaks fucking Spanish in my family. I just have to listen for fucking pendejo, and I'm like, yeah, that's me. But it's kind of funny. Some of that stuff. The first time I grew up in Tennessee, and fucking Walmart was like the center of fucking town. You know, it's like, oh shit, we're getting a super Walmart. Holy shit! But first time I brought my wife that I was dating at the time to my grandparents, and my granddad was like looking at her. He's like. After, you know, she's gone doing some shit, she's like, "Hey, what is she?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You know, like what is she?
Brown? What type of brown?
He's like, "Where's she from?" I'm like, "San Diego." He's like, where was her parents born? I go, "Oh, Mexico." He goes, "Okay." I was like, that was the first time I was like, "Oh shit, granddad, you racist motherfucker."
I had somebody in Tennessee ask me if I was a Christian. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I was raised Catholic.
Oh, Catholic.
The demonic church.
Well, that's some fucked up shit.
It's another aspect of it. Like, God damn, like there's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to like. Did you experience any of the revival church stuff?
Oh fuck yeah, dude! I grew up in fucking Church of Christ. Yeah. And it's fucking crazy even to this day. Like like probably a month ago, my daughter. And my wife and my daughter, they came back from church. It was like Sunday morning, and Gabby was like, "Hey, Kyla accepted Christ into her life." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." You know, I started talking to her, and I told my mom, and my mom's like, "Oh, well, what church?" I was like, "Well, they go to the Rock. They go to the Rock. It's like right here in
which Christ
Liberty
was
Station." She goes, "Well, what kind of church is that?" I'm like, "Well, it's a
big white rich one.
It's a fucking church, you know,
Mega church."
She's like, she was very just like. Whatever, like she didn't accept Christ, like whatever, fuck that shit, you know. I'm like, damn, mom. I'm like,
so accepting, yeah.
She didn't get that good Jesus.
Same shit too. Like we have, you know, when my daughter's born, we have their godparents. And my wife was baptized Catholic, but she wasn't. She didn't really, you know, she didn't go through the
communion,
all the bullshit,
the confirmation.
Her mom was always working. She's a single parent. And she actually used to go to church with her neighbors, and they grew up in a fucking Baptist church. So my wife was like more Protestant than Catholic. But so when we have the kids, they're like, okay, these are gonna be your godparents. They were baptized Catholic, and they're like, oh, these are your godparents, and you know, and of course my mom was just like, you know. Why are they being baptized? Like I'm like, Mom, fuck, I don't know. It's just a fucking thing. You know, do you really think God is up there going, "Oh, you motherfuckers"? Got me another one. I mean,
I was going to love you
seriously?
unconditionally, but now I'm not.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, you baptized this kid, fucking cat. Like, it's like, but yeah, it's really fucking weird. You go into the South. I mean, it is hardcore Bible Belt,
They
bro.
got some
Fucking around with
weird
snakes
stuff.
and shit.
Yeah, the snake charmers and shit.
Yeah.
There's some
Yeah, it's
weird
like
stuff
East
going on
Tennessee.
there.
I went to one of those.
Yeah,
really?
that shit's fucking freaky as fuck,
But
dude.
like, I mean, so it's like that. It's funny. Like me and Eddie have been traveling all over Mexico and all over the U.S. Eddie is the one that's like, hey, have you ever experienced this before? Like in the U.S., I'm new here in a lot of ways. Like I've been up here for a few years, but there's shit that I haven't experienced, right? And then I take him to Mexico, and he gets to experience some shit down there. But
Not a donkey show.
not a donkey show.
Oh,
Talk about
Jesus.
that. But I was like, exotic to me would be a bunch of dudes dancing around with poisonous snakes.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah,
Like, if
no,
you go-
that's exotic.
So I was like, I want to see that, right? And I grew up around them. I grew up around snakes. Like I used to
Trouser
hunt
snakes.
trouser snakes and rattlesnakes. I did see a lot of dicks in my life, by the way. We had this conversation recently.
It's like burned into your iris. I can see it.
You were a
That's why they
paramedic.
always call you a dickhead.
You were a paramedic, right? So you saw a few dicks in your life, probably.
I've seen some dick.
I saw a lot. We used to like strip search people a lot, and I remember having this moment where we were having this conversation, like, man, I've seen a lot of penises in my life. Some weird ones.
Yeah, then there's some that are just.
Yeah.
They're
Like
out
the guy
there,
in Mexico City.
It's always like the smallest,
Yeah.
skinniest guy too, with a hog on him.
No, like, everybody talks about big ones. I saw a skinny one once, a long, skinny one. I thought it was a tail.
Just on the front.
Can I tell this story?
Yeah, and then you got to tell the centaur too.
Was it curly?
Yeah, he smiled. He's like, no, I can't
It's
say
like
that
curly
one.
Q.
That's how you get him.
So we went after a lot of sales points every now and then, because you get to a sales point and then he gets you to a distributor and then you go work your way up. And they love to hide things around their balls and their ass, right? That's like a preferred hiding spot, with just like and you would see them put both hands in their pants and just stuff it in their asshole or something. So it was
Old prison wallet.
the old prison pocket, the fistful of rubber bands, the clown eye, the star of 1,000 points. There's a bunch of words for it, right? So what, we would always like search them, and the main place, this was mostly going on at night. We didn't have any cool night vision or anything like that, so we would put them in front of the trucks, put the lights on them, and just fucking, So I remember one guy, put him against the door, put him against the hood of this car, and like took his belt off. And all of the I think it was meth balloons on the ground, and I'm like, haha. But then I like see through his legs with the car light behind him, and I see this strip of skin, right? And I look at it, it's like, is that a tail? In my mind, I said, is that like a tail? But it wasn't a tail. It was the skinniest, longest dick I've ever
Floppy
seen.
wiener, floppy
But
wiener,
it was long. It was
floppy wiener.
long. It was long. It was like it was about that long.
I wonder if he got it caught on something.
But that
Just fell back.
like a Sharpie pen.
We've heard
Jesus.
some pretty weird dick accidents on the podcast so far.
there's no accident there. There was like and then I looked at him and I'm like, he was really upset about this search, right? Although there was drugs there, and I was like,
Had he like roll it up or something?
I mean, I was in shock.
tied in a knot.
I was in shock. It's like I was
Frog
like,
tongue.
cabron. So I like interlace your fingers behind your head. So you had him like that, and I'm like,
And then you're all helicopter.
I'm like, hey, Pancho, Pancho. Like, all of us were named. We would call everybody Pancho there. So if he had any complaints, like, hey, we
Oh,
did
yeah.
it, Pancho.
Pancho.
So everybody was Pancho. Hey, Pancho. And he came over, was like, why, the guy like I'm holding, why are you calling him over? Why are you calling him over? It's like, I need somebody to search you in front of you. Pancho comes over like, ah, damn.
That's fucking hilarious.
I wanted like a medical professional to like give me like their opinion on that.
Maybe it's just dehydrated. And you got
No.
like those little figures you put in the cup, and they
Span.
No, that was a weird. That was a weird one. But yeah, there's a lot of strip searches in my life.
Did you guys ever see the fucking the South Park episode where it was George R.R. Martin, the guy who did like Game of Thrones and all that shit? He's like he's talking about writing another episode, and literally everything is about fucking. And then they have a naked guy, and it's all about fucking just naked dudes. And they're never singing this song. It was like floppy wiener, floppy wiener. It's just like, what the
that was that guy.
Yeah, Mexico had the record for the biggest dick
Yeah.
in the world for a while.
Has
Really?
or has or has
So
or
I think this
had
is
or has.
it's non-functional.
Yeah.
So I think that's why we were defeated. There's somebody in New
Was
York.
he from
apparently.
southern Mexico?
Yeah.
No,
What
no,
part
no.
of it?
Really
No,
dark?
it's
No,
central. Well,
no,
what is Mexico City considered? Northern.
It
still?
was in. I just recently went there. Coahuila. Was it Coahuila?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The non-functional wasn't that the one that had like it was mostly foreskin or some weird shit?
No, it was he
just
wraps
beef.
it.
It's
He
all
wraps
beef.
it. He
Yeah.
wraps it so he can
it looks
show
like
it.
that. Yeah.
I went down there to hang out with
You went down there to see that dick.
Yes. No, I didn't. I was like angry about it because I didn't know.
It's like a bacon wrapped like foot long.
We went down there to film with the state police down there. These guys were fucking savages. They went out. They eliminated the Zetas from the whole that region. Savage people. And
Nice.
on our way back.
That's fucking crazy.
On our way back, they were like, "Oh, you know what else is famous here? The Centaur of the North." The
Centaur
who?
of the North.
That's what he calls himself. So apparently, he has like a sign outside of his house, and you can take pictures with him. You have to give him some money. And I was like, "Why the fuck didn't you tell me about this?" You know, he takes a picture and he does this. Like a weapon. It is.
Not even 2 hands. It's just an M1 Grand.
Well,
It is about that big as I think is.
I saw a show on this. Yeah.
Jesus.
But
he-
it's unfunctional.
It's not
though.
elephantitis or anything.
Yeah,
It's just like
they did like an X-ray and wrapped it, and it's basically like a shriveled bacon bit. He just wraps it with a lot of stuff, but a lot of it is like foreskin that he stretches out to say that it's longer. It was a really weird thing. It wasn't.
I don't know, man.
It was
I don't know. But that's
Am I the
something.
only one
everybody's
that's
got to
growing out his
hustle in
foreskin?
Mexico.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to hustle.
I kick my. We're going down there next year. We're gonna find this man,
I'm gonna pay him to get the Sneak Reaper tattooed on it.
dude. How much do you think you would?
I bet you 200 American we could get him to tattoo that hog.
Yeah, probably.
I don't want a brand on it though. Like he lost. He's number 2 now. I think there's somebody else out there who's had a bigger one, functional. I don't know.
So, what are your guys' adventures like down in Mexico? Like, what's the goal?
They just told you.
Big beefy wiener.
I got to train a lot of people down there when I was active. I got to interact with a lot of people, and then when I was active, I would go to places like Monterrey, Guadalajara, Mexico City, and I would train like people, and I would have these law enforcement classes only where I would show them how to get a handcuffs, zip ties, how to hide things on your person. All this stuff was like completely unknown down there, and there was a lot of people getting picked up. So I got access to these high-level people in federal, state, and local government. And then I immigrated to the U.S. and kind of found my adventure up here. And when I started like being known, a lot of these people would reach back out like, "Hey, I'm working here now. Like, if you want to come over and like hang out and shit like that." And like, so I was like, "Hey, Eddie, do you want to go shoot guns with these special forces down in Mexico?" that we get access to people like that, or every now and then we get hit up by some major YouTubers who have a shit ton of following who are like, "Hey, can you get us in a room with cartel guy?" Or, "Hey, can you get us in a room with this with somebody that is familiar with this or that?" And yeah, we have people all over Mexico that kind of give us access, and one of them is a guy that goes by Gafe, he's basically the Mexican version of Sean Ryan, former special operator guy who does these. He has this absurd access to people, so like through him we had a conversation with a kid who was a cartel hitman for the New Generation Cartel. He was an Uber driver, got in a car accident, couldn't pay for the damages, and he went on TikTok and figured out he could be a hitman for some money.
Yeah.
And he met him.
Yeah, if you just walked past him on the street, you're thinking regular kid. But when he walked on into the property, you could tell. At least, I mean, I haven't seen as much as nobody, but his mannerisms were really different. So as soon as he walked in, he put his back against the corner. His eyes, like the whole time, were just like this, and I mean, but super, super respectful, super friendly. Like he could be as old as I am. He could be like one of my daughter's friends or something. Wow. Like you would never be able to tell.
Very unassuming.
Yeah,
and regular Mexican, well dressed, well spoken, super friendly kid, but just had the eyes and was always just the way he was constantly positioning himself, like just like weird little things that you notice.
Yeah, he sat down and then he started opening up about, and then if you want a gun, you have to kill somebody in front of all of them to get a gun. If you want a knife, you have to kill somebody with a knife to get a knife. If you want a rifle, you have to. And then he goes over the training that they did and how they were trained in the hills, and how you have to prove loyalty through like, hey, this guy tried to leave this training camp. Okay, they would bring him in, tie him to a post, and then like, hey, here's this AR-15 without any sights on it, and you have to kill him in 3 shots, or else you're gonna get the.
Or you're next.
The board they would have these boards, these wooden paddles. They would cut holes in them, so you would get a different pressure when you would.
Oh yeah.
So it would open up they would make boils in your ass basically. So that was the way they would train them. To correct them, I guess.
I had paddles like that in high school. Whenever I went to fucking school, we used to get paddlings, and some of the paddles had fucking holes drilled them. Speed holes.
Yeah, down there, that's their, and that comes from the military. That comes from the military being their instructors. He would tell us like, a lot of the people that were instructing them were all former military or current active military that were just moonlighting there as instructors for them.
And they don't get given gear, right? They actually have their own store.
Yeah.
So like they'll give you money, which isn't as much as they say, but you'll get your money and then
you buy.
Maybe you need a plate carrier, or maybe you don't. Like you buy it from.
That's one way of getting it. Another way of getting it
loot.
Is from dead people.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I was
get a plate carrier. You have to kill a guy with a plate carrier. We're like, fuck.
I was in TJ
It's like a
probably
video
about
game.
basically
2 years ago, and got pulled over right there in Rosarito at this McDonald's parking lot. And it was like 3 gun trucks, like just pulled up like directly behind me, and like they were like guns out and everything. And I'm like, oh fuck. The thing is I just bought a bunch of weed and took it down to my house down there just to like keep it at the house, because Mexican weed now is trash, especially compared to some of the science we're doing up here with our botany. And I had just coming back from the range, but I was smart enough to where like I took out all my magazines and like there's no firearms or anything, but I had a full Gucci Cry JPC and then like a Team Wendy helmet with like the Peltors and everything. And one of the ladies was like interviewing Nikki kind of off on the side and like spread us out. And then he's like, all right, you open up the back of your Forerunner, and like, there's all these patches and stuff in there and like a blowout bag and my plate carrier and all this stuff. And they're like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, kind of notorious, and you even told me this, is, make yourself as important as possible. And it just kind of helps alleviate some problems. And so I told him that I do diplomatic security and training for the CIA. And like their eyes kind of like lit up. And I'm like, dude, this is going to be fucked. And I still have, like I said, like an ounce of like weed in my underwear. And the guy just ends up like patting me on the back and asked me for my Facebook contact and if I could get him plate carriers and helmets and all these things for the police force.
It's bartering culture.
And those patches are currency too.
Yeah. I usually go down to the bunch of stickers and patches and things like that to kind of hook it up, and it is bartering. And then so he just asked me to like bring down gear and all this stuff. I'm like, I'm not fucking doing this, because it's like ITARs and like who knows what that would kind of work itself into.
Yeah.
And then one of the other things I think you even told me about it was, kind of getting shaken down. And so if I pull out like 500 pesos, I would take 100 pesos in my pocket where it's normally at, my wallet, and then strategically hide, the rest of the money either in my sock, in my shoe. That's when I was coming out with these belts with my old company and where I could stash it on the inside, or there's little pockets on the inside of the waistband, my jeans that I would keep money in there with. Because they're going to take all of it, if they find it, or you keep 500 pesos, located in one location in your wallet or something like that. But there's these like tips and nuances and tricks that it's just really smart to have while you're down there.
Yeah. I mean, the culture of corruption in Mexico is from the start.
Yeah.
When you're getting training, like, hey, my uniform, we would get a single pair, like a single, like BDU uniform.
Yeah, top and bottom.
But if you wanted to, that's all over the culture.
Wow.
So if you want more, if you're a street cop in Mexico, municipal cop in Mexico, you have to pay for the privilege of driving around a squad car.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
So how are you going to pay for the privilege of driving around a squad car?
Right. And
Stopping people.
Because they know you're collecting on the street.
Yeah.
So.
And I remember having this discussion with one of the instructors at the academy, because we had instructors at the academy which had no business being our instructors, probably because some of them were giving the wrong ideas to people. We had one guy who was like this legendary cop in Tijuana who was he's a street cop, and he basically gave us a rundown of how you would ask for a bribe. And it was like, I remember just sitting there, I was like, is it like this is a part of the class, I guess.
Wow.
He told us, like, if you ever get stopped anywhere, just first off, your phone has to not be near you, because that's going to make the police officer nervous, and it should make you nervous, because these devices record. So grab your phone and put it on the top of this console. That's the first thing you should do if you get stopped. Okay. If they ask you that you've violated all these things, they're basically looking for money on the spot.
Yeah.
They're going to tell you that they're going to drive you to the precinct, that you have to see a judge. All of this is basically them trying to convince you that it's easier to just pay for the fine.
Yeah.
There, and you have to offer to pay for the fine in this moment. You can't hand them anything over. You can't be overt about it. The main thing you have to do is just say, yes, I will pay the fine here. Open up your paperwork and put the money in your paperwork and leave it in the floorboards of the seat next to you. And then get out of the car and allow them to do a quick search. And then when you get back, the paperwork is there, but the money isn't.
Weird.
And that...
Is that kind of like SOP for kind of being shaken down? Or is there any level of, hey, take me to the precinct and I want to do all this?
Well, then you're going to have to pay more, because now you're going to bribe a judge.
Yeah.
Because that's also a thing. The judge is going to come out and say, like, hey, sir, like, these are all the violations you committed, and this is all the thing. But we have ways, and like, are you a veteran? Are you handicapped? Well, we have ways of discounting, like giving you discounts for all these things, and you can just you can either go into Ventanilla, which is like where you have to pay the fines, and it's going to be some absurd amount, or you can pay it here with me and just sign everything off, and you pay a judge.
Yeah.
Mexico is wild. There's a like this 2 days ago. This happened. A new generation cartel basically bombed the offices of the counter abduction team in Baja with drones. This is
with drones.
Yeah.
Wow.
They dropped 3 devices on the offices. This is in Playas of Tijuana. That's a lot of Americans live there.
That was in Playas.
That was in Playas.
Yeah.
There was apparently a U.S. response to this on the U.S. side. There was like helicopters and stuff like that on the U.S. side. They dropped 3 devices in their parking lot, and immediately it's a terrorist act. You know, the state government came out saying it was a terrorist act. But if you kind of look at it closely, you see that this has been a dispute for about a few months now the attack was motivated because these state cops found drugs and didn't hand them over to the military and apparently kept them. So this is basically the cartel saying, "Hey, give us back our drugs."
No shit.
That's what this attack
Oh my
was about.
God.
So like, and they name the person that is responsible for stealing these drugs and these narcomantas, they call them. These basically handwritten signs that they leave in bridges. They left one with a severed hand recently. That's part of this. Mexican federal government response was basically flooding Tijuana with a bunch of federal troops. And still, this shit happens. And it's just, you would say like, oh, isn't the guy that appeared on those signs under investigation?
No shit.
It's a terrorist act. They're investigating as terrorism, and they're going after whoever was operating those drones.
Wow.
They're basically dropping pipe bombs with C4 explosives loaded with ball bearings, screws, and nails. That's what they're dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homemade Claymore.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
I mean, for what they are,
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
they're
do
effective.
it.
They're effective. And there's zero culture of anti-drone technology in Mexico.
Yeah, I was going to say that whole level of, since Ukraine, you see all those fucking videos of like people using drones now for dropping payloads of shit. I mean, that is whole nother level of.
Yeah.
I was a part of the group that found a quad drone with a giant meth load on it in around the port of San Isidro, and that was the first time I ever seen a drone, and that was 2011.
Flying drugs across the. Yeah.
That was 2011.
One of
2012.
those high-end DJI ones, does the Border Patrol have a capability of recognizing a drone that would be coming out of, let's just say, Imperial Beach into Playas, just over the fence and just drop the payload?
You would think yes.
You would think yes.
But I'm almost sure that not always, or there's ways that they're getting around some of that. I mean, I've seen RC vehicles being utilized for some of this stuff in some mind-blowing ways. Drones have been utilized, again, at least 2010, 2011 era. I've seen them kind of being utilized for that. There is such a thing as underwater drones that people don't really kind of pay attention to, and I've seen some of that technology in other parts of the world. I haven't seen any of it around here, but these guys are always looking for new ways. But yeah, there has to be a lot of that being utilized now. I don't see an Iron Dome type situation on the border where I mean, yes, there are eyes and ears on that border, and they will detect people crossing. They will detect things going over it, I guess. But I see these drones being utilized a lot. People smugglers use them as scouts. They'll put one up and they'll keep an eye on Border Patrol.
Yeah.
They're aware of thermal, and they're aware of night vision. So, like, I've seen some of the they'll take umbrellas and cover them on the inside with Mylar space blanket material, and they'll put two of them on and they'll hide themselves. From that. But realistically, volume is how they do it. You will send 5 loaded vehicles through San Isidro, 5 loaded vehicles through Otay, and also a few people with backpacks. And you'll catch some of it, but not all of it.
Yeah.
So volume is the way that they keep kind of figuring things out.
I knew that there was, in my neighborhood when I was living down there, a lot of people, not a lot, but I heard about it, where they would know if somebody had Sentry with scouts. And due to, Sentry kind of having faster access and quicker access and less security involved, they were going under their car in the middle of the night with a magnet and just stashing it over there, taking the license plate, then wait until they cross the border and park to McDonald's or whatever, and just reach under there and grab it.
Yeah, there's they give you a sticker for your car when the Sentry. They used to, at least. I don't know.
They don't anymore.
Not anymore.
But that's a horrible idea. Whoever came up with that idea was pretty horrible. Now what they do is, if you go to the San Isidro, for example, there are some high-rise buildings around the area. There are apartments. Back when I was active, we knew for a fact that a lot of those buildings had cameras and eyes that were directly related to the border, and people were taking note of the vehicles that were passing every day. And then you would get a tail on these vehicles, and they would see where you lived. Blind mules are a thing, you know, and you can make a lot of money basically putting a bunch of drugs on unsuspecting cars and vehicles of people crossing it.
Because also they're not going to have that stress, you know, pulling up to the front, and you know, ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance.
But at the same time, you know, whenever they're doing the x-rays of these, like the last thing I want to do is, you know, just a gringo coming back from a surf trip, and, you know, now they find 50 pounds of meth underneath my truck, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. If you're one of those people that live in Tijuana and travel regularly to the U.S., don't get your cars cleaned and or detailed at any of these public plazas.
Yeah.
Don't ever do any of that, because that's one of the main ways that they're basically figuring out some of these hides. Don't leave your vehicles at car washes to get detailed. That's another way that they're kind of figuring these things out.
I used to do that at Splash all the way down there. I just pay the guys to like clean it for me, detail, because it's $20. So I go in there and eat lobster and jam out, and I come back out and here you go. And I'm like, fuck.
You know, that's the way they get you, and like find a way to secure your vehicle at night. But you know, they're pretty creative. And there's a lot of money to be made from putting an extra tire in the back of your car loaded, or putting like I've seen some of the hides that they're doing now. One of them simulated like some part of the undercarriage of your vehicle. It's like it's almost like steel, but it was just a paint job on the bottom of it. It was just a hide for this load.
Yeah.
It would just magnet it on the
Just looks like a cross brace on the fucking frame.
Part of the frame.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's
I was doing those that cop shit in New Mexico. I was a reserve cop for like 7 years, and dude, we find they would take these weather balloons and put a fucking iPhone. They would a payload of fucking meth, weed, whatever, more meth and hard shit. 'Cause like shit ton of weed is like, well, might as well not even fucking bother. But they put a fucking iPhone, and then they'd have a small drone just to kind of control it. And at night, it'd fly it across, and then motherfuckers. So that's how the cop, he started deputizing guys, because dudes were, I mean, there's guys out there with like hundreds of thousands of fucking acres getting shot off their fucking property because these dudes are out there fucking grabbing these weather balloons with fucking their shit on there and getting shot off their fucking property. And it's like, it's so fucking crazy how creative people get with this stuff. Another buddy of mine, his dad was a CHP officer, started this company called Desert Snow. I don't know if you know these guys, but they do these, whatever the fuck, education all over the fucking country. And when I was in third phase, me and another dude, we actually, as part of our training, we got to go on one of these trips. It was in Vegas, interestingly enough, but we went to this seminar, I guess, lack of better words, but they were training all these cops there. We had 2 of the billets, and literally just going through cars of all the shit that they do. And like one of the fucking cars, it was a rental that they had rented. It was like a minivan, and it had like a hard back on it, and they pull the fucking back off of it. And this was like one that they rented. They were going to like do some shit to it. They pulled the fucking back off of it, and it already had a bunch of foam cut out to where someone had already done it.
Wow.
And dude, it was fucking crazy, man. They had fucking cars. They're like, see if you can find the whatever the fuck. And dude, it's like
clavo.
Turn the fucking key to accessory, not starting it. You know, twist of the radio knob, fucking tap the gas pedal fucking twice, and like the fucking whole fucking dash, like where the airbag is, like folds down. I was like, God damn, like it fucking blew my mind how much shit.
A lot of that is, there's a shit ton of vehicle repair and body repair in border cities.
Yeah.
And a lot of these kids are working on that. You know, they'll figure things out. Like I remember finding one where the passenger seat would flip, like you could flip the passenger seat all the way back, and the bolts that it had on it to screw it down, that's how you would know that it wasn't real. You would have to put a plastic shim or something on the bottom of it so you could see that there was a void there, so the screw wasn't bolted onto the frame of the car. You would have to lower the window all the way down and press this button for the air conditioning thing, and the seat would just come up like that.
Yeah,
And
fucking insane.
that was a load. Then you would they would get into a bunch of shit, utilizing chemicals to try and fool the dogs, figuring out ways of packaging in one place, then decontaminating it in somewhere else, and then coating it with this chemical that they would utilize to try and get around dogs. Some insane shit again, but it's money. There's a shit ton of money. We're currently in near one of the richest drug routes on the planet. I mean, there's a reason why there's a lot of this technology and effort being made through this area. The amount of shit, the amount of ways and methods. I mean, most of the active drug tunnels are probably right down there, right?
Yeah.
And the scary thing that I think Americans should kind of be paying attention to is, and the cartel that I'm looking at directly as far as like a threat to the U.S. is the New Generation Cartel. That's the one you got to be looking at. It's hyper-militarized, it's technically savvy, it's experimenting with drones. You get rumors of Delta Force guys training them, or Special Forces guys training these guys. It's probably, people that have some experience across the lake and stuff like that, but I don't think it's anybody that special.
Yeah.
But they are proficient. They seem to have a pipeline of weaponry and sophistication that is coming from three sources. Colombians have been exporting their soldiers and their specialists through war zones like the Ukrainian conflict, and they've been taking notes for years.
Yeah.
So some of those guys are coming back with a better idea of drone technology and how to utilize it in a war setting. That's why you're seeing the sophistication happening down there. And a lot of their skill sets, the New Generation Cartel, are now being added to what is remaining of El Chapo Guzman's family. El Chapo Guzman has two sons that are still out there. One of them, Archibaldo, is the head of the remains of what his structure was. El Chapo Guzman had one of the biggest tunnel networks in Mexico coming into the U.S., and a lot of them haven't been found. His last remaining son, who's active out there, Archibaldo, allied himself recently with the New Generation Cartel. So that's why you're seeing these drones now being utilized in places where historically that was his territory. So there's moves happening. They're not like the old school cartels where like, hey, we don't need to make a lot of noise. Let's not be too public about things. Let's keep things on the down low. They're fucking launching fucking grenades out of
it's
drones.
crazy, man. I drove to Carlsbad this morning and back down. I was listening to your episode on Rogan where you went deep on that stuff. I was just like, holy shit, man. It's fucking crazy the amount of sophistication those guys are into now.
Yeah. And for me, it's, the U.S. has capabilities, and I've seen some of them, and I know that you have more than a few options to just,
Yeah.
but I think what we're running into right now is, one, the growing anti-American sentiment globally,
Yeah.
and specifically in Mexico. You're not the hero of the movie anymore to most of the population because we're going through this experimentation with socialism down there. And whenever anybody brings up that fact that, hey, the U.S. can do something about cartels in Mexico, the reaction you get from most Mexicans is fear and distrust. So that's one element to it. If the U.S. decides to blow up one of these guys somewhere in the hills, which I think, like I made that prediction recently, I think it's coming. And I made that prediction and they started blowing up people in the ocean, which is pretty... But I think if, let's say, you manage to take out like a high-level cartel guy down there, it's not going to be, dudes with AK-47s around them in flip-flops, probably. They're going to be military members and probably members of the police, because these guys, that's who guards them.
Yeah.
And you run the risk of turning them into now an antagonist of the imperialist United States.
Now they're freedom fighters.
Yeah. Martyrs.
And Mexico doesn't have the, I'm going to blow myself up in front of you, but you do have generations of people like myself that have gone through a lot of experience in a war setting, specifically in an urban war setting, that have a lot of skill sets and a lot of experience. People that can meld and blend into the culture on both sides of the border. Some scary capabilities.
Yeah.
Independently of everything. And they're constantly evolving.
I mean, even, just since the new administration came on board, I mean, the shit they've been country or been in power less than a year. And I mean, since then, all the shit with Venezuela, all the fucking drug boats being blown up. I mean, dude, like every member of Homeland Security has like a fucking bounty on their head, where, they didn't have that shit with Biden, or if they did, it was very hush hush.
We had this, we went to this conference at the beginning of the year, and we had many members of federal law enforcement basically asking questions. Like I just did this Q&A with them. There's a lot of them there.
This in Mexico or in
This
US?
is the United States.
Oh, okay.
And I told them, like, hey, your jobs are starting to remind me a lot of what my job used to be. Like, what do you mean by that? I predicted a lot of you are going to get doxxed, and a lot of people are going to know where you live, and a lot of people are trying to figure out your faces, and like that's very familiar to me. So if you haven't had the experience of being a law enforcement professional in the United States, being hunted, welcome.
Yeah.
This is going to be a game changer for you guys. You're going to have to re-educate your families around social media and OPSEC. You're going to have to realize that whatever institution you belong to and all the abilities and everything you have, there are people out there that don't give a fuck about any of that. And we just recently learned that there was a bunch of new generation cartel surveillance going on during some of the trials that they had with some of their members, and they were taking names as far as some of the DEA agents involved with that. We're learning that they have their own hacker networks, and then they're trying to figure out and open source a lot of people on this side. You're hearing this thing with bounties, that cartels are paying bounties for federal agents. I don't buy into that. I don't think that's true. But I know that there's a lot of interest to dox some of these people and have their names online and have their faces online, and a lot of them have already been kind of outed in a lot of ways. Despite their masks, I mean, some of them are utilizing AI technology to kind of like fill in the gaps of what the rest of their face might look like, and some of them are pretty spot on.
Yeah. Facial recognition technology is fucking insane. It is fucking nuts.
And the access you get to a lot of this stuff, I mean, you don't have to be like facial recognition. There's some open source stuff you can get online now, and you can figure things out. Death and taxes are pretty hard to escape, so obituaries and property taxes can help you figure out a lot of people.
Yeah, world's changing, man. You guys want to take a quick break?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. So we're coming back I went down to Guadalajara last year. Took my mother-in-law down there with a whole family. We stayed, I don't know where the fuck we stayed, like the JW Marriott or some shit, and we drive up into Tequila, go to the Fortaleza distillery. I got a buddy that works there, and fucking bringing back like we didn't check any bags going, but going back,
yeah.
we're like, fuck, man, I got like 6 bottles of tequila. And technically, they say like you can bring 1 bottle per person, so it wasn't like a big deal. It wasn't like I was smuggling fucking shit into the country. But it's so funny. They were all in my wife's bag because she had the biggest bag. And
That must have been heavy, dude.
The liquid.
Yeah, 6 bottles.
And you're flying back.
Yeah, we flew back. So we checked it. And we flew into TJ. 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 So then we're doing CBX. We're walking across the border.
bridge. Yeah.
And one of my sons is carrying the fucking bag because, you know, he's being a nice kid to his mother. And so we get close to like the customs line, and it's, you know, going through, and you got to put your shit on the fucking conveyor belt. And he's like almost like freaking out. He's like, Dad, here, you should take this bag. And like, I'm like,
Calm down, son.
I know.
I'm like,
Don't make a big deal out of it.
yeah, I'm like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, we're not doing anything wrong. You know, if they stop us, there's
Yeah.
6 of us. We have 6 bottles. It's not a big fucking deal. And so, of course, he was just all like, and he, of course, making a big fucking deal. And I'm like, you see those? And I wasn't like trying to point or anything. And I go, you see those windows on the other side of the fucking conveyor belt? And he like looks over there, and I'm like, those are all people watching us. And they've been watching us like since we walked through, you know, I'm like, anything you do now, I'm like, you're just showing your hand type shit. So, but it was kind of funny. Like we went through, put our shit on there, and
They don't care.
they didn't give a fuck, man. Yeah.
I think it's for like Mexican TSA. It's more. I don't know how scrutinized the bags are, but it's definitely more what you have on person. Like their density scanners are pretty good, like especially in Mexico City and stuff.
I bet.
But we only know that because we had to go through it, I think, 4 fucking times.
We lost a flight.
We missed a flight.
If you miss a
'cause
flight in Mexico City,
You're fucked.
You have to get out of the fucking airport, figure out.
you have to go this back route through Mexican TSA.
This is fucking bullshit.
You like go like in this weird circle, and it seemed like Groundhog Day. Don't miss a flight in Mexico City. Fuck
Dude,
that
I
place.
did a security gig for a guy that I was doing an EP detail, and we flew into Mexico City on a private plane. He was going to like some conference at the Four Seasons, big political fucking thing, and me and the other dude, we had our fucking guns and shit. And I'm like, and we had guys in Mexico that were gonna, you know, be part of our detail because they can carry and we can't, obviously. So we're like, and the dude's telling us, he's like, don't bring guns in the country. And we're like, well, fuck, dude, we were coming from another fucking place. I'm like, where the fuck are we supposed to put our shit? So we fucking hid our shit on the plane, which it obviously wasn't a big deal. They didn't fucking search the plane or anything, which if they had, then I don't know, we probably would have been fucked. But
It's federal fucking.
yeah, federal pound me in the ass prison. But but yeah, we wound up going to the Four Seasons, and you know, we have our 2 Mexican components, and they're, you know, I mean, the guy literally never left the fucking hotel, so it wasn't a big deal. But get back on the plane and fly out, our shit was still there. I was like, woo! I was like, man, like,
Sweating that
I didn't
one,
want to
dude.
fucking,
Yeah,
I didn't want to lose my fucking gun. But
Gun laws down in Mexico are no fucking joke.
Yeah.
I mean, they will add on
It's a year for every
years
bullet.
for bullets right now, and it's there's a bunch of legislation right now. Like even air guns are now being
fucking airsoft
controlled. Yeah, they're like
Anything that could
accessories,
be any tactical.
accessories for like guns itself are now regulated.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of things that are
shit.
regulated.
Body
now.
armor.
Yeah, the armored vehicles and body armor, you have to have some sort of like registration for some of them. Not, I don't. It's absurd.
I think as far as soft body armor and stuff like that, like if you were to wear underneath your clothes, I think it's fine. I think it's when you get into plate carriers and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
So, like, if you're a security guy down in Mexico, you can carry around, I think, as far as a handgun ammunition, 380 is
That's it.
That's it.
That's the top, huh?
And that's the top if you're a private security. But if
Even
you're-
like former PD, former cops and stuff.
there used to be a loophole. If you were a former military, if you're a former officer in the army, you would get a carry license for life.
Oh, I don't
And
know.
a lot of them would basically like, oh, I'll take this carry license and just work as a security guard and just like be armed. But that shit is gone now. That's
Yeah.
over because the government figured out like, hey, we can be making that money. Why are we allowing these dudes to be doing that, moonlighting as security officers? But now what happens is if you're a former general and you're some high-ranking official down there, you basically buy or get a collective firearms license. And under that license, you can arm
Oh, right on.
other people.
That's
But-
cool.
But there's different.
You got to suck a lot of dick to get one of those. I bet.
I mean, yeah, you probably do. I mean, it's basically a way to print money. and they control who gets and who doesn't. I don't know exactly what the laws are now, but when I was active, there was no way you can get a firearms license down there without having your military service card, which I do have. So if you don't have that, you have to have a lot of.
So can you go down there and carry or no?
Yeah, but I would have to get recertified basically, or I would have to pay into one of these collective firearms licenses so I can get license to carry.
Oh, right on.
So it's feasible, but it's too much of a hassle. If you use that gun,
you're fucked.
Even like if it's self-defense, okay, but why were you carrying around the firearm that is specifically for your work outside of work and you shot this guy like that? Why are you? That's outside of the bounds of the legalities of that firearm. So it doesn't really make any sense. There's a lot of people getting scammed down there. We're like, hey, we'll get you into our firearms licensing. Oh, cool. They give you a piece of paper. You don't know what the fuck you're looking at.
Yeah.
You go through a military checkpoint and they're like, this paperwork is no good. And now
What's this Fisher Price bullshit?
And now you're in the fucking hole. There's a lot of that right now going on down there. Again, it's security and EP work in Mexico is a shit show.
Yeah.
You have to know people in the government, or else you're really. There's a few people that are doing it out there professionally, but it's a fucking.
Yeah, my buddy works for Elon, and Elon loves going down to Mexico quite a bit, and he's still allowed to carry, and was like packing up all this gear because he stayed at my house, flying out of CBX, and to go down and link up and like advance a location. But I mean, obviously, Elon's got enough money to fucking do anything.
He probably has some sort of federal contact.
I guess his brother lives down there full time, and and they got all kinds of.
There was apparently going to be a plant in Monterey, but that shit got fucking canceled.
Yeah. Tesla plant.
It's probably because again politics in Mexico are going.
Yeah.
Well, he's Hitler now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's Hitler now.
So I used to go down to La Paz and fish like almost every year. And this buddy of mine, he lives in Montana now, but him and another dude, they started this like charity called Fishing for Freedom. They used to take vets and stuff down there. And you know Ano?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was Ano and this other guy, Greg. And Greg's dad was the guy who started like the Desert Snow, or as I like to say, Desserts Now. But dude, they both had boats down in La Paz, and we'd fly in. The very first fucking year they have this fishing for freedom, there was a bunch of us, bunch of team guys. They had some wounded EOD guys and some other stuff, some wounded vets. I don't know if you know Spanky Gibson. He was a Marine that got basically shot right through the fucking kneecap, and Mikey Mansour actually pulled him out of the fucking street. Shit. He was like in that first, not the first, like 2006 fucking push. He was in Ramadi with those guys. But anyways, make a long story fucking longer, dude. We fly into La Paz. Ano's dad, we're all like, we go through customs. We got our little bag. I mean, fuck, you don't really take a lot of shit down there. You'd be on a boat and you're fishing, you're drinking. So it's like, okay, I got 4 pairs of shorts and a fucking flip flops.
The essentials. Yeah.
So we're sitting, we get out, and right in La Paz, right outside the fucking main area, we go out and there's a bar. We're like, fuck it. I mean, we'd already been fucking drinking, so we're sitting there drinking and waiting for the rest of the guys to come through. We're like, fuck. Like, where the fuck's, where's everybody at? And then Ano comes through, and then Greg, and then finally we see Ano's dad come through, and his dad's older. Used to own this restaurant up in San Francisco called the Tattage Grill. I guess it's like some world-renowned fucking crazy restaurant, but he's basically being escorted by the fucking cops, and we're like, that's weird. Apparently, he had a fucking 38 in his carry-on he forgot about.
Oh, God.
He gets rolled up, and so basically the owner of the marina, what's it, Abaroa, or it was his last name. He was a big Baja 1000 guy, and he had a little bit of clout down there. Basically pay a fucking shit ton of money, get his dad out of hock there. They keep the gun.
Somebody kept that, actually. Somebody actually kept that.
But then, we go through the whole fishing thing. We fly back, and his dad was supposed to fucking go back down there and either serve time or fucking go to basically go down there and fucking
Make an appearance.
go to court.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
He's like, fuck you.
that.
Yeah.
I ain't going. I guess I'm fucking out of Mexico.
Yeah,
so,
no shit.
and dude, they kept his boat.
No way.
The marina, the guy that owned the marina that basically vouched for him was
Just kept
like,
the boat.
yeah,
This is
he was
gonna
like,
be
hey, man.
collateral.
Yeah, this is.
Fuck.
Because they were coming after him. They're like, hey, where's your fucking guy at? And he's like,
Take the
he's
boat.
American, bitch. That motherfucker ain't coming back to Mexico.
Yeah.
So they kept the boat. It was nice. It was like a 54-foot, like,
Oh, damn.
it was a
That's
big fucking
crazy.
boat,
Damn.
dude. It was like
That's
bigger
the most
than
expensive
Moe's.
gun.
It was
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
rear stateroom, front state. It was
Wow.
at like, fuck, it was
Over an $800 gun.
That's a very expensive gun.
six, like six fucking stateroom, 6 bedrooms or some shit, or not 6, 3, 6,
It's a
six beds.
$150,000 boat.
Somebody got a good deal on that.
Yeah.
I worry about that all the time because I'm crossing so much and flying over there, and it's like
Sterilize,
fuck. Like, yeah.
sterilize.
like one time, I'm driving across, and it's what do you call those things? Like a speed clip, right?
Yeah, like a moon clip.
Yeah, and what was it, like 357? And I'm getting to the last exit. I looked down.
Like speed loaders.
Son of a bitch!
Just throw it out
Go
the
to my.
window.
I should have. I just went to my mom's house, which wasn't too far, and I was like, "Here, hold this." Fucking went again, but like I'm constantly worried. Like fuck. Like every time I open up my backpack, like okay, there aren't mags in here.
Some of my friends were the ones that processed the. There was an American Marine
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say.
that went down there,
Yeah.
and
He
some of
ended
my
up killing himself.
Did he?
Yeah, and once Hillary got him out, or State Department, or whatever.
so he went down there, and I remember like bikers were apparently going to go down there to fight the government to try and get him out and shit like that. There was a shit ton of stuff going on online about it. He said the story was that he made a mistake and it didn't take the turn.
Yeah. They're not bullshitting when it says last U.S. exit.
I got caught in that one time, dude. I had to go. It's like fucking 3-hour ordeal. It's not like, oh, you just turn
Yeah.
around.
No.
It's really laid out very poorly.
Yeah.
Well, my friends that were the ones that
worse
kind
if
of
you
like
got a
handled
gun.
him when he went down there, he was like, he didn't make a mistake. He said like he was bringing his guns for his own protection because he was in a relationship with one of the ladies of the night in Tijuana, apparently, which kind of tracks.
Yeah.
The way they got him out of that was they basically said that he was suffering from PTSD, and in Mexico there was back then there was no mental health for any of that down there, so that's how they got him out
Yeah, I remember
on
hearing about that.
humanitarian reasons.
Wow.
But he had an AR,
Yeah,
in
he had an AR.
his seat, and like a 45, I think, or something like that.
I think he did
But-
3 or 4 years in prison down there before he finally got
Yeah.
out.
But they were trying to help him, like, hey, dude, you made a mistake and did a wrong turn. He was like, no, these are for my protection. He kept like, no, dude, you made a mistake.
Like, no, bitch.
But there was like a group of bikers that were apparently going to go down there and try to break him out or something.
Wow.
I heard there was a bunch of stuff around that, but it's that's very. I mean, Mexico has a shit ton of like gun laws and is very strict, but like spend some time in New Year's down in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit's
Smoke
fucking
an issue.
ridiculous, dude.
You can see all these guns everywhere.
Yeah, did they just not enforce them for, like, I mean, there's guns everywhere, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we are next to the United States.
Yeah.
And you guys have a lot of like, guns to spare. Weed and guns go south,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Everything
that's-
else goes north.
Everything else goes
Same
north.
way they get around, they made drugs illegal, so there's no drugs.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. And that's the argument you get against, like Mexican government will like, hey, enforce your gun laws better and like don't let these guns and rounds come down here. But it's just a back and forth. But I mean, I grew up around guns, like they were everywhere.
Yeah.
I remember we had my family has this had a small ranch. It was a pig farm and a cattle ranch, and my dad would like let people shoot at it. Right? Oh, there's like not even a berm. It was just this hillside, and judiciales would show up to shoot there. Judiciales or like I don't know, like murder detectives, but they weren't fucking judiciales. I remember this dude like, hey,
TJ homicide.
yeah, TJ homicide people. I remember one of them pulled out this fucking Uzi with a I remember like a heat shroud suppressor. It's about that big.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not
Fucking
that's something
Mac
a
10.
cop- Or they would all carry around gold guns. 38 Super, I think, is like their favorite gun because it's the Chalino's gun. You know, who's like this folk singer in Mexico who was like this legend. He was a gangster, like a real gangster. Chalino was.
Chingo bling.
Like I remember, like I mean, you guys like Tupac, and he was a gangster. He's not a gangster.
Yeah.
This guy shot his first human being when he was like a teenager, I think. And he was at a live concert in Coachella, and somebody in Coachella shot at him on stage.
Like shot him.
Yeah, and he pulled out a gun and shot somebody next to the dude that shot him. And somehow he didn't end up in prison.
Wow.
Somehow, I don't know. This guy was like a real gangster.
Like
Anyways,
he's dead now, right?
he's very much dead. But he inspired a whole gun culture in Mexico. Like everybody wants that 38 Super or like that Colt 45 Gold Cup. That's like the gun. Like, and for a place where you're not supposed to have any of that shit, it's like it's everywhere. When I was out in the street working, I remember we got these H&K G36 rifles as a service rifle.
Yeah.
And they're fucking great space guns. Like out of the box, the optic on it, fucking solid, good to go. The magazines sucked ass. They had these couplers on them, where like if you have one magazine, you can couple it with another. So they had these fucking nipples on them. I don't know.
They look like Starship Trooper guns.
Yeah.
do.
But those things you can put them in like your.
Oh yeah.
So we had to cut them off and shave them. The only company that was making aftermarket shit for those was Magpul back then. And where are you going to find a Magpul distributor in Mexico?
Tijuana.
Exactly. outside of the office, we had a dude who would roll up in a minivan and be like, "Hey, you guys need magazines?" And you'd be like, "Hey, you're under arrest, but how are you going to arrest the supplier of all of our fucking extra magazines?"
All your
Yeah,
shit.
shit.
So this guy would just show up and like, "What do you guys want?" Like, "Oh, well, what do you have?" And he would just like open up these boxes, C mags, which are garbage, but like back then, you just want.
They look cool.
Oh, fucking A, they would. Pull a fucking MP5 with a C mag out of the window. I mean, people would fucking stop.
Fucking 100-round drum on an MP5.
Yeah, but like you have to maintain that though, or else it's going to be like 100 rounds that are going to stay on that gun. Maybe 5 are going to come out of it. But we just get these magazines from them, and then the same dude turned out to be the supplier for, because everybody was, and all of this was coming from Arizona. All of these things, and then that's slowly but surely we started learning about Fast and the Furious, and where some of these guns were coming from. So like it was like every time you would find guns somewhere, and I walked into rooms that were like that Predator movie, like the Predator 2, with Danny Glover.
Yeah.
Where in the beginning of it, there's a guy doing a lot of coke, and there's all these guns everywhere. I walked into a few rooms like that, armories. And like 40 mics, these South African revolver grenade launchers.
Yeah, milk core.
And 50 cals. Because people started rolling around armored vehicles down there, so people started getting 50 cals. So you get these guys rolling with these like out of the box 50 cals. And when we would find them, we would have to, hand them over to the military, and then that's like where you got those pictures with all these guns laid out. And everybody would laugh like, these guys are fucking running around with rifles without any sights on them. The reason why there were no sights on them is because they would get reappropriated. And I started off with a Chinese ACOG and then an ACOG. Because that's how there's no supply chain down there, which is another thing that people just don't understand up here. It's like, you get a rifle and you get 2 magazines.
Hence why I didn't get arrested. They wanted my plate carrier and my helmet and all that stuff.
Yeah, I started off with a second chance of soft armor. The first day I went out, and like 4 days into it, I had the plate.
Yeah, they're like, fuck this.
And you get the older guys who are like, you're like, oh, look, I found these. Let's put them in the evidence piles. Like, no, dude, do you have one? No, fucking take this. Fucking put that shit on. It's wild. It's back then, like now it's, I mean, they have cameras sometimes and they're supervised, I guess, but back then it was like fucking the Lost Boys. It was like you're fucking off doing some shit somewhere
Wild
and no
West.
supervision. Every now and then you get idiots like, oh, look at this, and like they would pick up a grenade or some shit like that. And I watched too many movies, you know, and like I was afraid of explosives. Specifically, did I know it? I didn't know anything
Smart,
about
yeah.
them, right? But some of these fuckers would like, look at what I found. And they would pull out a fucking grenade in the middle of the car where we were rolling, and like, what the dude? Get the fuck out of the car!
Okay, dickhead.
Just fucking rolling tape around it, trying to like, is this enough? And also, some of these grenades were like probably walked off Pendleton, maybe, like way back when, and some of them looked like they've been around the ocean for a bit. Like you don't know what the fuck's going on.
Came
with
back
that.
from Iraq.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would find shit that would like walked off Pendleton down there.
Dude, my Tijuana vasectomy doctor had a gold AK-47 on his medicine cabinet. I think I was telling you this. I'm just like, look back because like dickhead still had my sandals on. My pants are down around my ankles. And I had like nothing to hold my head up. So my head was like getting tired. And then I finally just look up and I'm like, amigo, ¿tienes AK? Sí. Like, ¿por qué? Porque no.
Yeah, why not?
And they're like full gold AK-74, and I'm like, fuck, dude, where am I? This guy's a fucking veterinarian, or he's patching up holes after like a cartel shootout.
You
Somebody live streamed their vasectomy too, if I remember correctly.
That was me, yeah, dude.
I think I remember
I
watching
put that
that.
whole thing on blast, dude. I was just got a perfect angle and like smoke's coming
You
up
can see
after
the smoke.
they're soldering my nuts. That was a pretty traumatizing experience,
Yeah.
man. To be honest.
And didn't you like
traumatizing to me
Didn't you
right
like
now.
talk him down too a little bit?
Yeah. I bartered the whole time, dude. I found him on Yelp, and he had like a halfway decent Yelp account. And so I just go walking in. He told me like $900, and then as I was leaving, he's like, "How much did I tell you again?" I was like, $500, and he's like, "Step in." And just paid him 500 pesos and walked out with murdered out nuts.
That reminds me of a story.
No.
Tommy Crimmins. The Tommy Crimmins story. When this old fucking platoon chief of mine, he was all fucking inked up and shit. Got like a fucking gold anchor inlaid in his tooth, but he same type of shit. He would go to a fucking tattoo shop to go get more ink. I don't know where the fuck he put it, but he's like outside the shop is like a fucking, they had a flash, it was like $20 tattoos, and dudes would go in there and get their fucked up tattoo. And Crimmins was like, motherfucker, I'll pay you more than $20, but I want a fucking good one. So bartering for a fucking vasectomy.
I would have thrown an extra
Shit you wanna do,
hundo
dude.
on that one.
that's another thing, like medical down there. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I had to go to the hospital for work, I rolled with a dude who was. we found a brick of meth in his car, and he didn't want to come with us, right? So we ended up in a fucking grappling match with this dude, big dude. Rolled down the hillside, smashed me in the head with a rock a few times, and I'm like, bleeding. He bled on me as well, so that was pretty interesting to try and figure out, that after that. And like in my mind, I'm like, they probably have a hospital that we use or something.
No.
This is like a weekend.
Yeah. They took me to the Red Cross. And if people don't know what the Red Cross is, it's not the Red Cross you see on TV. Mexico has an all-volunteer service for like paramedic and medical emergencies. She's called the Red Cross, the Cruz Roja. And it's mostly all volunteer, and it's like they live off altruism basically. So I find myself in this little clinic while they're looking at my head and trying to like shut some of the little bleeds I have in my head closed. And the kid
came to
that's
see
doing,
me, man. I could have sewed your head up. Like big head.
they super glued the wounds with super glue. They super glued some of those cuts down. But I remember just being like treated, and like it was a kid who was I think he's a doctor, or like like he was doing his service. I guess out there. Dewey Hauser, dude. And then I mean, just later on in life, like while I'm here in the U.S. getting looked up by doctors up here, learning what TBIs are, and that it's probably not a good thing that you black out when you get hit in the head.
No?
No, it's not a good thing.
Can't imagine.
And I
Yeah.
got like he said like I told him, what's the first time you were like that was one of the first times I was knocked out, and said you could have died in your sleep, and I'm like.
Like,
But
thanks.
but like that, like I got hit in the head pretty bad that
Fucking
day.
brain swelling and
I
shit.
didn't talk to anybody. There was no like, you're good for service. Go back out. No, there was like, see you tomorrow. Just come in late. That was that was it.
Man.
Don't
that
go
was-
dying on me.
And there was no like, hey, like I feel pretty down on myself, or like, like there was after action conversations, but there was, if you at any point expressed any sort of mental issues, you would immediately be disarmed. Because that
Damn.
part of having
Oh, yeah.
a firearms license is, having your head well. So everybody would just keep. It's like a taboo down there. You can't talk about any of that.
Well, that was, military dudes getting out of the service for the longest time. It was like, dude, don't say nothing about no fucking PTSD shit, or, I mean, they're going to literally revoke your
Clearance even.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, there was a dude that came back. I want to say it was one of the first 2 deployments to Iraq, and it was like 05, 06 time frame, and dude goes into medical and was like, hey man, I'm having a really fucking hard time sleeping. I keep seeing, like, we were digging up fucking mass grave sites over there and shit, looking for like all these like Kurdish fucking dead motherfuckers over there, like, that they had fucking killed during the first Gulf War, and like literally digging up fucking bodies. They were looking for that dude Spiker, the pilot that had gone missing, and dude goes into medical, is like, I can't fucking sleep. I need like some Ambien, or I need some shit, and like started talking to one of the fucking docs, and they referred him to like Balboa, and dude, before you know it, like his clearance is gone. The dude didn't deploy again. Like he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, damn near padded room type shit, And
for us, our medication was alcohol,
yeah, I'm sure.
tequila, Buchanan's for some reason, like whiskey.
Oh, Buchanan's?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
like.
Emerald Spear.
I know. We need to re-up.
But like we would it was like a thing. If something happened, something horrible happened, whatever it was like everybody was a little giddy because there was a party coming. We went through some shit.
Yeah.
2 of our guys were picked up and killed horribly, like bad. And we went into a few weeks of like murder.
Like accident, or like straight up like
They were picked
murdered?
up by people with fake federal officer uniforms, and they were tortured and killed horribly.
Dude, there was 2 guys that I saw years and years ago in a video that were all taped up, and they were speaking to him, and the guy pulled out a chainsaw, and then, cranked the chainsaw and dragged it across, his buddy's neck right next to him, and the other guy, like, didn't flinch. He was just like, like shaking, and they just like went by and just did a swipe through these guys, and I was like, that's one of the gnarliest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Outside of, up until ISIS started coming out with their...
Yeah, that shit's pretty fucked, dude.
All of that came from the Zetas.
Yeah.
And if you look closely at the Zetas, they were all School of the Americas, Fort Bragg. They have a thing called their Fortuna course, which is kind of their SEER course.
Yeah.
And that's where they learn about, information, propaganda, warfare, and how to fucking put fear into the populace. That's where a lot of those videos come from.
Yeah.
Our guys were picked up, and there was I didn't see a video, but they said there were pictures. One of their IDs was found screwed onto their forehead, and we went on a fucking
rampage
after that. That was around the last time that my former boss, Lieutenant Colonel Lizola, was on with us, because after that rampage, they told us like,
You got disbanded.
You got disbanded. But we went on. They basically said like, hey, you're gonna get a few days off, and one of our trucks arrived covered in ice in the back, and all of the beer and all the alcohol you can think of. And I think we were staying at this hotel, and I remember day one, and somehow I used to call it teleporting.
Yeah.
I somehow teleported to day 4.
Fucking time. They call it time traveling in the spirit world.
Later on in my career, I got a pretty high position. I was a regional sub-commander, which is, I didn't even know what it meant. It just meant I had like almost 100 people under my command.
And a big target on your back.
Oh, fuck yeah, I did.
Fuck.
I remember my boss said, like, hey, you're in charge of the Christmas parties now. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? It means you can't drink and you have to supervise your people.
Oh, fuck.
Thanks. Yeah.
As an alcoholic, I was like, God damn it, right? But also like I try and do a good job wherever I am, and if it was party planner, I had to plan these fucking parties. So I would always, I got to do 3 of those, and I would try to make the best of them. So for the first one, we rented out this fucking horrible hotel somewhere in Ensenada that had a pool in it, but the pool wasn't full. It was just fucking this empty pool. And I was like, fuck, the pool isn't, like, I have to use this pool somehow.
Should have brought that skateboard.
I was thinking about it, but a lot of these fucking guys weren't cool in that way. What I did figure out is that
fucking cops.
Yeah, fucking puercos. What I did figure out is that I knew these little people.
Midgets.
There's midget bullfighting in Mexico.
Oh shit!
Right?
Where do you find a midget bull?
Where?
Well, it's harder now. Again, Mexico's going woke, so a lot of that shit is getting like canceled out.
Midget bullfighting.
But there was
so
like, hey, guys, I'm having this party. How much would it cost for you to bring a bull and put it inside of this pool for us and like do like a show? And he's like, like what? Our bull died. Because they had, like, apparently a midget bull is not that common. But there's like a goat-sized bull that they had. But he says, but we do motorcycle show. Like a motorcycle show. Yeah. Like they have these quad little motorcycles.
How do you get the fucking bull to ride a motorcycle?
No. No bull.
That bull.
Exactly.
So they basically do this like X Games motocross show with the. It was great. So I had to hire them for this.
They call it M Games.
Yeah. They had this whole like X thing because it was like back then it was like they had these motocross shows down there. Anyways, so we hired these midgets for this pool jump. So he wanted to jump into the pool and jump out of the pool. And I was like all about it, But the owners of the hotel were like, "No, they're gonna cause damage.
You're gonna fuck up my shit."
And then, as the night progressed, and he saw that there was a bunch of drunk, armed individuals in the hotel, he decided to not supervise anything that wasn't happening there. So we got this. Like the guy shows up, right, and he's like, where do you want us to set up, right? It's like, oh, here. So I thought they were gonna maybe like guesstimate the jump or something like that, and I saw them like pull out their little trailer with their motorcycles.
Is everything smaller? Like even the trailer is small.
The quad
motorcycles
motorcycles are really small.
Their ramp is really small.
They're like little motorcycles. The ramps are, they're like skateboarding ramps and shit like that. And I'm like, I see that his guys are like setting up everything. But I don't see them, like the dudes, the guys that are going to do the show.
Setting it up.
Two full-size people are setting it up.
How else are you going to carry that shit?
And and I'm like, this is going to be a good show. And the dudes are like, Ed, what the fuck are you like, dude? This is fucking great.
Police Navidad.
Yeah, Feliz Navidad. And mind you, these guys are armed, drinking. It's horrible. It's fucking. I regret everything. The midgets start like confraternate, like they start fucking hanging out with the guys.
Oh shit! So now they're drinking.
I'm like looking for the head dude.
Head midget.
Yeah,
Tallest one.
he kind of looked like the leader of the town that Willow's from. You remember that movie, Willow? Yeah. the guy with the big head that gets shit on. He looked like that guy, but a brown.
The Shire
guy. And I'm looking for him, like, hey, ¿dónde está el jefe? And he's like, So I go over.
Where the
and-
fuck's Poncho at?
he's in a room with some of the dudes that I work with, and there's a lady in there dancing, and I could see, when people get drunk and their nose starts getting really red,
Yeah.
and also they probably did a lot of coke.
Yeah. I mean, how else are you going to sober up on a fucking motorcycle?
Both of those things are happening. So he sees me out of the corner, and he stands up, and he's like, this midget guy, it's like, listo para el show. Like, ready for the show. It's like, I don't think you can, He takes off the helmet of the lady that's dancing in this room, because the lady was...
She's wearing a helmet.
She was wearing his
midget's
helmet.
Nice.
Puts it on, and he goes outside, and I could see him, like, with his little hand just, like, waving all the assistants off. Like, he's ready, right?
What's he wearing?
Like, he's wearing like a
Chaps.
like a Monster Energy motorcycle like jumpsport thing, but it's really small.
Like Evil Knievel.
Yeah.
Mini Evel
Basically a
Knievel.
child's onesie.
Weevil Knievel.
and he gets on his quad bike, right? And he starts like revving it up and just does all these donuts outside. And he's like revving up, and in my mind, I think he's gonna drop into the pool and just like. So he sees it like, and all the guys are around him.
Nobody
like,
had fucking video of this shit.
This is like Nextel phones. There's no cell phones yet. I think there's probably some video out there somewhere.
Nice.
He's revving up his motorcycle, and I think in my mind he's gonna jump into the pool somehow and like do like something in my mind. That's what he's gonna do. He just revs it up, and he slowly approaches the edge of it, and he just face plants himself straight into the pool.
Didn't pull up on that throttle at all.
Just like, his bike lands on top of him. Oh, fuck. And all of a sudden, this turns into, ha ha ha. It's fucking medical emergency. Like, fucking, like, blowout bags come out and, like, shit. We're trying to figure him out. Like, he awakens, right? Because he gets knocked out. His bike lands, like, he lands helmet first. I'm like, fuck, let's call an ambulance, but also like looking around where I'm at, like, God damn, everybody hide everything.
Hide your shit.
We take him out of the pool. We kind of like revive him, I guess. He's the smallest thumb I've ever seen in the world. Just between all the people coming out, just comes out like this, and everybody just like, yeah. He stands up. He stands up with his fucking little helmet, and he puts on his helmet back on. He wants to do it again, and like, dude, fucking no, that's enough, dude. That's enough, dude. That's enough, dude. His handlers come over and like pick him up.
They're dense too.
Yeah, they pick him up and they put him in his Astro van that he came in, and that was the end of that show. But I remember, like, the next morning, everybody's like leaving. We're all like cleaning up all the evidence. There's a few of our guys trying to scrape the tire skid marks from the pool. That didn't fucking work. They were trying to put oil on it to try and kill it. It was fucking horrible. The owner didn't show up back up, but like the dude was in the minivan, like in the sun, just asleep inside of his car. They just left him there.
Oh, the next day?
The next day.
Oh, my God, dude.
He just left him there.
Probably dead.
Well, he was alive. We took him to get some breakfast. He was a cool dude.
Probably a cheap date. Probably didn't eat a lot.
Yeah.
Ordered from the child's
he
menu.
downed a big cocktail de camarón, like where we took him. But yeah, that's how we would handle trauma, I think. And there's just fucking laughter and fucking getting drunk.
Just midgets and pool and dirt bikes and shit ton of booze.
There
Sounds
was
like your
wonder
bachelor
why I
party
moved down there.
Sound like your bachelor party.
Yeah, actually, that one probably even ended up worse than this. That bitch broke 6 bones off the roof and had to get sent home.
there's a guy that I used to hang out with, which was part of my unit. I talk about him sometimes. He's gone now, but he was a shit show. Like, I think I'm a shit show, But when I would have him next to me, I'd be like, oh, God, I'm not that bad. Right?
You're like a rock star. Yeah.
Surround yourself with shitbirds so
Oh,
you
dude.
make yourself shine.
But this guy, he was loyal as fuck. He always knew how to get around shit. That type of dude, like fucking scam artist motherfucker. And every now and then we would get like time off, and I didn't have a life. Like I didn't have a personal life at all. I was kind of estranged from my family. I didn't have a lot of like friends and shit like that. I would just like roll with my guys.
Were you estranged from your family because you were PD?
I mean, yeah, I couldn't kind of
that
show
is
up.
Fucking crazy.
So when I would go hang out, like it was mostly me and him, and it was mostly me and him because I was bad, you know. I was a sad or funny drunk, you know, but he was like a let's see what we can get into type.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Those are exciting.
Fucking Tage.
So me and him are like on the end of a month of just fucking working. There's no vacation time. Also, like it's just like working until you stop working and they give you a break. That's all there is. So we're in Tijuana, and we're staying at this fucking rented house. Fucking 4 of us are staying at this fucking house. We were in fucking horrible fucking place. And we're like, hey, like we just got off, we got paid, let's get fucking shit-faced drunk somewhere. So we're on our way, and I'm not proud of this, but we're on our way to a nighttime club that is painted all red.
Checks up.
Which is commonly referred as a Chinese consulate. That's all I'm going to say about that, right?
Is that on our Liberty Rush shirt?
I forget. Is it?
I think
Might
HK is
be,
on
yeah.
there.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah,
Might be bottom left.
if it
maybe.
is, yeah,
If it is, we got to get you that one. for
it's
sure.
where.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, right here.
middle left. Yeah.
Yeah, my friend Craig Jones sent me a video of him getting tattooed there. So he's a weirdo.
They do tattoos there too.
Yeah, he fucking got a
They'll
tattoo.
do
guy.
anything there, dude.
Wow.
Dude, it's a spot. So that's where we're heading towards. And I'm from Tijuana, and I've heard rumors and stories about this mythical thing. I mean, if you're from like Washington, you hear about Bigfoot and shit like that, I guess. Or like you old chupacabras, donkey shows. This mythical thing.
Yeah.
Like everybody talks about them. I'm from there, and I've never met anybody that went to one. Never saw one. And it's like a thing in my mind. I'm like, one day I'm gonna find one. I'm gonna see what it's about because I'm a fucking horrible person and my curiosity is bad. So we're walking towards this red building, this big red building, luminous red building with money in our pockets, and like, and
It's go time.
there's a shitty ass bar on this thoroughway towards that building. It's like a Callejon Coahuila. People know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. If you're down there, don't out yourself. and somebody walks, and there's like a handwritten sign with like markers and balloons that gets put on the street, and it says, "Tonight only, world famous donkey show," with balloons on it because it's a party of some sort. I look at the sign and I'm like, God. I turned over to my friend Jaramillo, and Jaramillo's like,
Look what I brought you.
I somehow made this happen, you know?
Like Tom Hanks creating fire on Castaway.
Yeah, he's like, let's go in. So I turned the corner, like we have to go in. It's you have to buy a bucket of beer to be able to permanencia to be able to sit there, right? It is. There's like sawdust, you know. There's some of that going on. The carpet is like dirt and carpet, like it's all uneven.
I can smell it already.
Yeah.
There's a slide where the women come down from.
Oh wow.
No, that slide is that's
Does this
slide.
place still exist?
I don't think so. I don't know. The way it was named, it's probably no.
Was it next door to the red building?
It's the red building is here, and then there's like a back street from it where you can't drive through. I think I don't know if you can drive through it anymore, but that's where it was. It's more of the drug sales happen there. So we walk into this fucking place, and it is there's no quality there to be seen. You know,
Just donkeys.
no donkeys yet. Which is, I'm like, hey, where's the donkeys? I'm trying to. I grew up on a farm, so I know what they smell like. I get a little bit of that smell, but not that much. There's
Disgusting.
women are coming out, and God bless them. Everybody deserves a job, but
There is that donkey smell.
They shouldn't be working. Some of them, I don't know. There's like a dude in the corner back there, like all into it. There's like another dude, like a couple of other dudes over here, and I'm like, man, these people are scumbags probably. And then I'm like, wait a minute.
If the shoe fits.
You know that bar, Los Ojos?
Yeah.
Is it Los Ojos?
I don't know, like what?
It's like a Mexican Hooters. It's like
okay.
a low class Katrina's.
Yeah.
Is it on Revolucion?
No, there's one. They're in the States. There's one in
Oh.
Albuquerque, and somebody said there's one in San Diego now. But the first one I ever went to was in Albuquerque, and my buddy, who's Hispanic, he was a costume designer on 12 Strong. He's like, hey, we're gonna go to this place, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck it was. I just thought it was a Mexican joint. We go in there, and it's straight up like stretch marks and fucking.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, come on, bro.
So, and again, God bless all women. All women are beautiful, and all women deserve the world. But there's a lot of C-section scars in this bar that we're at. There's a lot of ashy knees. You know, I don't know. I'm young. I'm
and
young,
like really
and I'm
bad tattoos.
But my friend is like 10 years older than I am, and he's fucking. We used to call him the Power Ranger.
He's all in.
Because every week he would fight a different monster. That's why we used to call him the Power Ranger. This guy he didn't give a fuck about it. I got to the room once, like late at night, and I thought there was like a cleaning lady in the room. Like I saw a lady with gray hair cleaning the sink in the room. I'm like, oh, we don't need a service right now. I was like, God damn, it's late. And it was the tortilla lady from the restaurant we had breakfast in.
Oh shit, man.
And then my friend like came out of the bathroom and he's like, "Hey, she's with me." I'm like, "Cool,
Check it out.
I'm gonna stay in the car tonight, I guess." He didn't give a
Get some
fuck.
free tortillas, maybe.
He didn't go. So he was in his element in this place, right? And I was like getting the sense that I think we were scammed because I'm there for the donkey.
Yeah.
That's what I'm there for. I'm not there for anything else. But he was like inviting them over and like, hey, dude, hey, for una pa mi amigo. Like, hey, no, señora. It's like, señora, please, no. You know, he was all about it. They also, he was armed. Like, he had a gun on him. He got a Glock 17 on his. He shaved off the tinnifer on the gun because he wanted to make it look like the bad boys guns. Remember
Like
that?
the 1911s?
Yeah.
Like the chromed out ones?
He wanted to make his Glock look like chrome on the top.
Oh yeah.
And
He washed all the
Is he the
bluing
same
off
one
of
that
it.
painted it gold at one time too? Or
I think,
that's somebody
I
else?
think he had it gold plated, but it, dude. So he had always had a rust stain on his shirts because
The bluing
It's
off.
like a Mexican paint job.
so he's armed. I'm at least smart enough not to be armed because I was trying to get drunk. So I was drinking, you know. My friend Harmy was smoking. And I'm like, this is a fucking tourist trap. They got us. They got us with this, right? We had to buy this pail of beer, like a 12-pack of like small fucking Pacificos or Tecates. I mean,
Coronitas.
Little
fucking-
pocochelas.
yeah, I was fucking angry at them. Man, let's fucking bail. As soon as I said that, fucking lights go.
Oh, here we go.
Like main
The
attraction.
event.
Main attraction. Like they were low there, but like, and the DJ's like, hey, world famous Donkey Show. Like we were like fucking like this announcement, and I was like, God damn, this is looking around. This lady comes out, a very mature woman,
How old?
50s almost.
How heavy?
2 bills.
Well, you'll see in a bit.
2 bills at least. Yeah.
So she comes out with a wig and like a Jessica Rabbit, like a Jessica.
Extra large.
I mean, yeah, like the one strap dress, the red wig,
Yeah,
the gloves,
Classy.
gloves.
Classy, yeah.
You need those gloves.
and
Yeah, of course.
Careless Whisper. She's like, doo-doo-doo. Which I didn't understand why Jessica Rabbit and Carol, but it'll be clear in a bit. One of the first things she takes off is her wig because it was getting in the way of her dancing, which is weird. That you come out with the persona of Jessica Rabbit, and the first thing you get rid of is the
Yeah.
She takes off the wig and she throws it like next to us, which is like
It's all ice.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something going on. She throws a glove, and then she removes like her underwear.
Shows the goods.
She throws that over. Jaramillo's like, and she's like, yeah. It's a horrible story. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. Yeah. I can picture in my
But
mind.
Right up our alley.
But there's still no donkey though. I'm like, again, I just want to see this donkey.
I can just see you're like,
I was like, I'm seconds away from standing up and
no
leaving.
satisfaction from this.
And then these two dudes come up on stage, like well dressed, like with like a dress shirt and some slacks, like they're going to church.
They're the fucking vaqueros.
like they're going to church on a Sunday. These two dudes, and they just like on each side of the stage. Jaramillo's like wigged out by this, and like he pulls out the gun and puts it under his leg, like dude, chill the fuck out. And she like does this thing to them, like this, like she's ready. Again, Careless Whisper on the loop is playing in the background, and they pull out this gray donkey on stage, I thought it was gonna be like two dudes dressed like a donkey or something like that. Gray. Eeyore-looking motherfucking donkey.
Oh, bother.
Yeah, it's like you could see ketamine was there.
He's done this before.
There's something. His eyes. What if donkeys have souls? This donkey, the soul was gone.
Soulless Eeyore.
He's just like, and they're like moving him around, and you can tell that
I'll fuck this bitch.
this donkey is not well. I mean, this donkey is like I've been around animals in my life, and I think this donkey's sick or drugged. There's something going on with this donkey. She starts, dancing with this donkey and just doing this whole thing around this donkey. This donkey was not about any of that. He was like spaced out.
Let's get to it, bitch.
She does another she stands back and like a magician, like, and these two dudes walk up over and grab the donkey by the legs and coax it on its side and then turn it over completely. So now this donkey is
and the donkey's just going with it.
yeah. And I'm like, how is this possible? And I think drugs probably.
Did they have a name for the donkey? Like, did they
Eeyore.
name it?
No, it has
Sounds
In
like
my
Eeyore.
mind, it was Eeyore because it looked like Eeyore. But like, oh damn, Christopher
She
Robin.
probably looked pretty close to Winnie the Pooh, too.
She's only wearing shoes at this point.
Like high heels or something?
Yeah, the rest of her costume is like Jaramillo's all about. He wants to keep some of it. He's a disgusting
You can
man.
probably see her cracked ass feet and shit.
Cracked ass feet.
There's, so I'm watching this spectacle, and she.
Is that the donkey? Yeah, donkey's upside down.
She jumps over the donkey. And looks at us because we're front and center.
This is what you want.
You're front and center. She looks at us with like, this is what you wanted.
Eye contact.
And these dudes are holding on to this donkey, just looking out like this. And then every now and then they turn to us and they're like,
This could be you.
You're next, bitch.
and the donkey and her make a connection. She, with her foot, does this to the donkey's stuff.
Dong.
Fluffing them
to
up.
get it going.
Yeah, and I think that's not going to work.
Yeah, right. A dirty van.
It works.
They probably give him Cialis, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, they're
Yeah.
feeding that motherfucker
like,
Viagra by the handful.
And it's like,
Like that
man got raped.
It was have you ever seen a donkey? Donkey's pack.
I don't know. I don't
Donkeys.
know if
How
I've
far
ever...
down did she get on this thing?
Donkey's pack. So this thing is out now, and she connects. And I don't know what's going. I don't know if it's going back into the donkey, or if it's. I don't know.
She didn't bottom out
But she's
on that
sitting
thing,
flush, what it looks like to you.
She just. then she's looking at us like,
Look what you make me do.
and then she stretches like back out. And then these guys are like looking at us, right? They're like enjoying the show, and the people that were in the back are now like coming over like to see this
Yeah, you have
forward. I'm like, in my mind, as I'm witnessing this horrible spectacle, which again I regret, I apologize. If I could do this again, I wouldn't go. And it's probably bad.
You're just telling people what to look out for.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn it, right? And I look over at my friend Jaramillo. Yeah. Yeah, that's shit going on.
Set the mood.
Dude, I look over at my friend Jaramillo, and Jaramillo's like, he's a scumbag, and this is beyond his capability of like understanding that. Like his mouth is open with the cigar stuck to his lip, and he's like,
he's on mi amor.
no. He's beyond. He's like this. He's shocked.
It's too much for him.
It's too much.
He shook the
So
unshakable.
you found his limit.
Yeah, like I was
Yeah.
like, God damn, we're beyond Jaramillo's limit now. So this is like we're
His
in
fucking
done territory.
tachometer's fucking pegged out, bro.
Red line.
So I take all my training at this moment. And I'm like, nobody's gonna believe that this happened.
Is there a smell?
Yeah, animals. Like a barn, like a barn with like Halloween body
They actually
splash.
just call it the petting zoo.
Yeah,
It's like
literally
a-
heavy petting zoo.
It's like a Halloween body splash from
The
Victoria's
smell
Secret.
of prolapse rectum.
It's like a Victoria's Secret like body splash with donkey.
Oh.
Did she use the front hole or the back hole?
I don't know. I didn't look. I wasn't like
That's
paying that
low
close.
light.
Which one goes deeper?
I have no, dude. I don't know. They were connected. All I know is they were connected.
Maybe she's like a bird. She has it's one hole at this point.
Oh my god, probably.
So I'm like, nobody's gonna believe this, which I'm sure like anybody hearing this is not thinking like this is bullshit.
We saw photos.
Yeah, it's fucking
So-
disgusting.
So I take my Nextel phone out that had a camera on it, one of the first Nextel phones that had a camera on there. Covertly utilizing all my experience and training, I'm just sliding this fucking phone on my chest like.
Yeah.
So I could open it, and then I
Fucking
press the
burst
fucking little
mode.
camera thing.
Don't
Dude,
flash. Don't flash.
Flash, dude. It's the biggest fucking flash ever.
Actually, that's why all the smoke.
That's why the fucking smoke is all flashed out. It just whoosh.
Then your chirp goes off. Shoot, Mia.
No. I silenced it. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be having this shot, but I didn't think I was gonna take a fucking covert picture.
Yeah.
So I think it's flash. The dude's on like.
Okay.
The dude's holding the donkey. Look over at me like, what the fuck? Did you just do? The lady on top is like, she's really angry about this. Even the donkey's like, come on, bro.
Seriously.
And then and then Jaramillo's like, what's wrong with you?
Oh my god, fuck
Like,
no, you did this.
what's wrong with me?
Why do you want to remember this?
He's like, what's wrong with you? You sick? He tell me, estás enfermo. He says, like, you're sick. And I'm like, and then this dude comes behind me. This waiter's like, you have to leave. Like, I broke this fucking rule.
Broke the code.
I broke this code in there.
In a place with no rules, there's that rule.
And I walked out, and Jaramillo was outside. He's like, only later through conversations as he hates being called out for shit, I guess. So that's like he hates. I don't know. He hates drawing attention in that way. So he's very upset that they kicked us out of there. And I'm
Should have
like,
flashed your badge. Like,
no, fuck that. That guy would get killed. You
official
don't have
bestiality
So
police.
you don't know if the donkey went to climax.
I don't know any. I don't like. We're outside. Jaramillo goes off on his own. I fucking like. I'm like, I'm not going to do this solo. I go back to the hotel, and in the taxi, I'm looking over at my phone, and I see this image that that I've already kind of showed you. They can't show the cameras, but I see this image that I showed all of you, and I'm like, God damn.
It's all worth it.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm like, God damn. But realistically, in my mind, I'm like, I'm the scumbag of this story. I'm the piece of shit. And I'll admit this.
Maybe you're the one the reason why there is no more donkey shows.
I am the scumbag of the story. I'm the one
ruined
that
it for all
said
of Mexico.
I'm going to take a picture of this, and that violated all of the rules there.
Thanks, Obama.
That's back when we need these glasses, man.
Yeah.
But even then, it's got the fucking light. Can you turn that off?
So I'm sure you could like program them, but if you hit record and then put a piece of tape over it, it'll still record. But if you put a piece of tape over the light and then try to hit record, it won't do it because of their privacy policy.
Fucking
it's like, why the
assholes.
fuck does me to give a fuck about a privacy policy?
Yeah, no shit.
But these are how I caught like a midget in a bikini in Greece, because like, I've never seen that before.
Hell yeah.
And like I kind of have like it's not a fetish by any stretch. It's just like
It keeps popping up though.
Was she hot?
no. They
Was it
just kind
dude?
of they kind of creep me out, and like, but I'm still like fascinated, and so I've just never seen one in bikini. Like it was
He's like,
like
I'm gonna save this for later.
it was like tying up like a turkey with like the
Oh, shit.
the things, and so I had like all these like little just obtuse lines and stuff. But I'm just like sitting there and I'm like, no way, and like watching all
Sits and
this.
fucking blinks.
Yeah, but you can turn it off, and so either way, I was like, no.
I didn't have one of those. Like I had my mind and a Nextel phone.
And a soft penis.
And
A flaccid wiener.
years later, going through sobriety, trying to like stop drinking, and I'm going through all this therapy and all this fucking just trying to figure out plant medicine and all this bullshit in my head, right?
Step 9, did you have to go apologize to the donkey?
No. This is the
He now lives in his backyard.
He's all right in a letter.
He's doing well.
I'm in this fucking place where I have people around me and they're like, guiding me through some healing and shit like that. And in my mind, I'm like, God damn, I'm such a scumbag, right? And so whenever I say that about myself, I go back to that moment, right, where I got kicked out of the donkey show. And then I'm like, my eyes are like, and then it hits me. Like what? The donkey was supposed to be Roger Rabbit. The donkey was Roger Rabbit, and she was Jessica Rabbit. And I was witnessing a marital act, so I'm even more of a fucking scumbag.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely a scumbag.
The donkey was supposed to be Roger Rabbit.
Damn.
Did
And I only realized this years later.
Basically, you framed Roger Rabbit.
I framed Roger Rabbit in this picture.
Yeah, I feel like Warner Brothers missed out on a really good sequel.
Yeah.
Duh,
I also
horrible.
feel like that needs to be the title of the lift out. Framing Roger Rabbit.
Who framed Roger Donkey?
We had a friend in Mexico City who was going to. We ran out of time though. Who was going to get me a luchador match with a bunch of midgets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, can I please come to
Dude,
that?
that'd be
Yeah,
rad.
We
don't-
have a friend in Mexico City who like.
They're dense though. Like the one at my bachelor party, like I had to like put like all my weight
Wow,
just
dead
to put
weight.
on top of the counter. Like they're dense.
It's like picking up those like CrossFit like the weighted
Yeah.
bags.
I'm waiting. Like you guys are getting like in the U.S. you're getting a taste of Mexican lucha because the WWE bought the Mexican
It's so much
lucha
better.
franchise.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are getting exposed to some of the shit that we grew up with. In Mexico, if you're a fucking luchador and you're famous, you have to have a midget counterpart. What? You have to have one. Like you have to have a little midget version of you, which is fucking great. And also,
Like a little action figure.
yeah. And also we have like different teams of lucha, and my favorite ones have always been los exóticos, which are basically trans wrestlers.
Oh, my God, dude.
Dude,
They had the best special powers though.
Their special powers is that they'll gay you out. And you're fighting with somebody and they're not losing, and they're losing, and then just like all of a sudden just kiss you, and you're like, oh!
Start seizing up. And shit.
If you're not in, like I get people are like whatever politics you are, this is highly entertaining. Pimpinela Escarlata, look for that Mexican wrestler. It is pure entertainment watching this trans wrestler go in there fighting it off with these alpha dudes and just being gay about it. It's the fucking best thing in the world. But yeah, we got an offer to go wrestle with some of these
We
guys.
just ran out of time, but
All right, well, I'm not
That
out
would've
of
been
time,
wild.
dude. I'll bring my camera.
yeah, I'm
Let's
totally
go.
down.
I want to
Got the
see
glasses.
this.
Yeah.
I was going as
But
far
I-
as buying like boots and tights on Amazon.
Oh, you're ready
And,
to
like,
go. Yeah.
And then he's like, "No, we're not gonna have time." Like,
Did you have
motherfucker.
a ring name picked out?
I don't think I went that far. But we make a Sneak Reaper mask, so a luchador mask. So I was going to wear that, and had a cape.
Like
You definitely need a
like
cape.
Yeah, you have to have a cape.
Like what the weird thing is that me and Eddie run like a company that is about we train people of all levels, like from high level government to like people. We also run a merch side where we sell T-shirts with our weird brand, and we sell a bunch of weird knife designs and all that. And a lot of these basically give us access to like these wild people, celebrities. We have like celebrity friends, people that play in like these big giant bands, wear our merch and stuff like that. Or
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
but we get access to like these. So we had a sword swallower.
Yeah,
Literally.
We had a sword swallower dude show up.
you
And-
pulled the sword out of him,
Yeah.
so you guys
The
made a
weirdest
connection.
thing, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I pulled the sword out of him, and he cleaned off the sword, and he gave it to me. Like he said, touch the tip of the sword, and it was really warm.
That's weird.
Which is like weird. Like you're really
The stomach acid
warm
in
in the
there,
middle.
yeah.
Of it. I don't know.
Oh.
That was fucking weird.
Yeah.
But like people that do body suspensions and hang themselves from
Oh
hook.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used
They
to
sh-
know one of them.
That shit makes my skin crawl, dude. Just because you can like,
They got daddy issues.
yeah, you can. It almost sends your own adrenaline. Like you're like, oh. Like you see a dude like eat it really hard on a skateboard, you're like, oh, like
Yeah, like Hall of Meat on Instagram.
Yeah.
I used to be really big into, and like I just noticed the older I get, like I just can't with some of the stuff.
Yeah, I can't watch that shit.
I
Yeah.
can't smell poop. I can't watch a dude just like shatters femur anymore, or like all the suicide video. Or
Yeah.
not,
I mean,
Some of
but
that shit's pretty fucked.
I mean, we're all from the rotten.com generation.
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like
Yeah.
I remember seeing
Faces
the
of Death.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I used to work at a video store. Like I used to watch that horrible video. But like Rotten.com when I was at school, I remember seeing the first actual gory shit when I was at work, and being like, man, so that's what it smells like. Was my experience because I already seen all this shit
What
online.
was the doctor's name? Something gross or something? Face of death guy?
Is that the guy that would like nails?
Yeah,
nuts to
he was like a
2x4?
doctor or some shit. The guy that would narrate it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
The first time I saw Faces of Death was in my biology class in 10th grade. The teacher showed it to us.
No way.
Like I don't even know why he did, but I was like in 10th grade, and he's
Was this in Menifee?
Merino Valley.
That
Merino
makes sense.
Valley.
Okay, I'm like Menifee
Yeah.
would check out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see some shit.
Yeah, he put on VHS and was just, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, check this out, 10th graders.
We went to a witches market in Mexico City.
Yeah. So to answer your question, that's what when we go to these places in Mexico, it's like trying to find this weird occult stuff or
Yeah.
like
The most extreme thing we can find, like we're going somewhere doing training for whoever, or we're doing an appearance on a podcast, and we're like, hey, what's some weird shit we can get into, right?
Francis B. Gross.
That checks out. Have you guys ever thought of going up to the mountains in Oaxaca with like the shroom grandma?
Yeah, I did that when I was active.
Yeah,
Some
I
of
did
us did
that.
it when I was active.
I did that a few years ago, and we went up there, and there was like this like hostel. It was crazy too. It was driving up in the mountains, like there's like log cabins and stuff. Like I was like, this is Mexico, but you know, it kind of looked like Big Bear.
Yeah,
you know, if
I
you
mean
were to go up there.
it's gentrified. A lot of the stuff.
Yeah, it's because all the fucking Australians that go up there, but like when I checked in, he's like, "Tienes hongos?"
Fucking
I'm like,
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm in. And just smacking it down and got to meet, the old lady that kind of founded it. I even thought about doing a documentary on it because, it kind of got popularized and then she got blacklisted, kind of by the government for growing, magic mushrooms or psilocybin. But this hostel that I was at was like straight up Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Like it was like wood rope bridges to like every different direction. And like there's all kinds of people from all around the world there and everyone's just like tripping balls on shrooms. They have like a little mini bar, but like it was pretty interesting to like go up there. And then you come back down on the sides before they made the main highway down to Puerto Escondido.
Yeah.
And dude, that was a trip. And like there was definitely kind of some I wouldn't necessarily call it like the occult, but it was, very much into, psilocybin and the therapy of it.
There was a lady named Maria Sabina who basically kind of introduced the world to a lot of that.
I think so. That's probably her. She's probably like in her late 70s now.
I think
right?
she's dead,
Is
but like
she?
she left a bunch of like her students out there.
Her murals are all over the walls
Yeah.
up there in the village.
Yeah, she would do these things called veladas. It's like a 12 at midnight mushroom ceremonies with chants and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I was active, I would take some of the old. So like I worked with people from all over Mexico, and depending on where we were, if you were local there, you would take us around. Like when you're in Tijuana, I'll take you to a donkey show. We're in Oaxaca or Chiapas, they would take us to like some weird experiences. And then depending on like, I got to work with some of the Seri people and some of the Tarahumara and the Yaqui. Those guys were like the main. When we would use scouts, they were always from these regions. I mean, these guys would take off their boots, put sandals on, and would just fucking run. They would run into the desert, come back drunk, and we couldn't figure out how they were getting drunk. They were
butt chug.
Maybe. They were chewing the root of this weird desert plant and spitting it into a jar, and on their way back, they would just ready.
Let it ferment, kind of thing.
Wow.
Interesting.
And some of these guys would do bufo. Like this was way before all the stuff online you would see about these people smoking toad. Back then, these guys would just find them, and they would just like
licking frogs. And
they wouldn't lick them. They
Boofing.
They would
Swipe
smear
their
some.
ass.
They would smear some of the stuff from the glands onto a mirror, and scrape it off into a crack pipe, and smoke
Holy
it.
fuck, bro.
And it is a straight elevator.
That's
into
some
the,
fucking extreme shit right
into
there.
the divine.
Yeah.
But there's
No donkey shows, though. huh?
no donkey shows for that. I mean, not in the desert. we went to this witches market in Mexico City, and like it's called El Mercado Sonora, and there's a bunch of videos out there of people, but they don't let you film in the. There's like a central part of it, which is like
the aisles. It's probably about as wide as this coffee table. So like two people can't walk side by side like this. So you have to like, and we're wearing a full size backpack, and you have to like probably take off your backpack and walk sideways through there.
you're
super
like,
thin.
what do you envision is in there? Like whatever you think, human bones. You can get human
Like
bones.
if you think TV, like witches market, that's pretty much.
A lady came up to me and was like, "Hey, are you into spiders?" And she just pulled out all these plastic bottles with just different types of spiders
And tarantulas.
and tarantulas and scorpions. It's like, you want to buy any of these? Like, no.
She's like, pussy.
Pussy. Monkeys,
gold spider monkeys.
gold spider monkeys. You
that
want a
are,
monkey?
like,
You want a monkey
stuffed.
paw? That's where you get a monkey paw. Like whatever you want, and
Bobcats.
like the amount of demonic dicks we saw there.
Oh, like a 15-inch
Yeah.
black Darth Vader
No, red.
dildo?
No, not like that one, but like like all these devil statues, and they're always like it'll be the dick's always like oddly proportioned. So it'll be like this 6 foot tall devil statue, and then like this fucking can of refried beans, thick as can be, fucking penis, but it's only like this
Like a
big.
tuna can
Yeah,
dick.
it's just like humongous.
There's
Like big.
there's this weird like
I think they just look down at themselves like, we're not long, but we're thick, so let's just
Massive
make it.
balls.
Yeah, there's a weird like Luciferian thing going on all over central Mexico where they're like praying to the devil, and there's just a bunch of like yoked out devil statues
Yeah,
everywhere.
they're always ripped.
With a giant penis. I don't know. They're like, I don't know what the dick is all about. I mean, I guess it's lower self type fucking beliefs and shit like that. But people would be walking around with baby goats.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want a baby goat. No, you don't. Like that goat's gonna get.
That's the only time I take selfies is when I see the devil dicks.
Yeah.
So I have like a collection now on Instagram of just these devil's dicks and me. Perfect.
Which is, and then like the like that's for us. It's like and for me, I get. Like I'm a subject matter guy, and I
Job
have to
satisfaction.
obviously, and also I have to have opinions on shit, and people ask me for opinions. So like recently we had I did some news media shit, and they were asking me about cartels being a satanic or demonic like influence people, and no, it's like that's not what you see actually. What you see is that a lot of these cartel guys are actually very highly like ultra Christian. Like that's kind of their thing.
They have their own saint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get, they had like a cartel guy that got killed. El Mas Loco was his nickname. He basically turned himself into a saint, and like that's like he's sanctified. There's Malverde in Mexico in Culiacan, which is like a Mexican Robin Hood character. He's also a saint. But most of these guys, and I think recently there's a big Christian cult in Mexico called La Iglesia de la Luz de Cristo or something like that. I think I don't remember the name, but they're allying themselves with some of the cartels down there. Like that's big part of the belief system is that you see the death cult stuff and you see the devil stuff, but mostly it's marginalized communities and lower people that are just completely ostracized from the church down there.
Did you ever see anything like unexplained, like we're doing like the witches shop and all this kind of occult stuff? Did you ever see anything like, whoa, that's fucking freaky?
Like, what do you mean?
Like unexplained, like ghost or something like
more freaky than a tuna can.
or
did.
I'll tell you one.
Candles sometimes do weird things.
Yeah, explode. There was these two kids that were fucking like they boost cars. That was their thing. And their mom was like this high-ranking witch in Baja. She would do like workings for everybody. That's another thing that people kind of don't realize. All of my guys and all the people that I work with, and even at the high levels, all of them are into like occultism,
The occult.
all of it, because you're in a desperate job and you have to have protection. So these two kids were fucking boosting cars, and we would grab them a lot, and they would pay their way out. And since their mom was connected because he was the main witch of all these people, so I was like, hey, I need to meet your mom. I'm like, oh, what do you want to talk to her about? I just need to meet her, right? At this point, I was teaching at the academy, so I wanted to get show them what was out there. So I wanted to have access to this witch who would tell me about all this black magic shit, right? Because I wanted to see. I didn't necessarily believe in any of it, but it had a power over people. People would freak out by it. So I went to her, and she was like, oh, okay, thank you for doing this favor for my kids and not arresting them with the car and shit like that. Just like, sit down and watch. Lady comes in, some sort of fucking cartel connection. She's probably the wife or the lover of a cartel guy or something like that. Puts money in front of her in a bowl because she can't touch money because that's how she works. And
the witch can't touch money.
Yeah, she can't touch money. So I'm like, she's like, I can't help you, and she slides the money back to him. I don't know the name of the demon that was put on your husband, so I can't help you. And I'm like, oh, this fucking bruja is an honest bruja. I guess, like, it's cool. But if things start happening at 3 a.m. at your house with animals, I think I know what might be on you. But I can't help you now. She takes the money, puts it in her bag, and leaves.
Donkey walks in.
No, the two sons walk. The two sons walk in, and they're like, "Hey, this is where she lives. Go and fucking dump these bags of cats in her backyard at 3 a.m." So this lady comes back with like $5,000 now for us to be released. So you have a lot of that going on.
There you go.
So
she wasn't a real witch.
This is what she told me. Black magic at its core is just a form of weaponized psychology.
Interesting.
And a curse doesn't work unless you tell the person that they're cursed. So you had a lot of that going on.
Like placebo, power of the mind stuff.
And like most of the things that I experienced were like really weird coincidences and shit like that would happen. There was a guy that was like a very famous palero. Palero are like these Afro-Caribbean spiritual practicing people that will have these cauldrons filled with like human bones, and that will make a ghost and a muerto, a dead spirit, inhabit these cauldrons. And they will feed them chicken blood, goat blood, money. Like, they will feed it things. And if you're like a cartel guy and you want protection, or if you're like a criminal somewhere and you want protection, you go to them and they give you protection. My friend Conejo, who was on that tax collector movie as a villain, he's a palero, right? And he believes in all of that stuff, and he's very knowledgeable on these things. We both kind of learned about this story, but he kind of filled in the blanks because I was a cop then, he was a criminal. So we got him for murder charges and like sent him back to the U.S. It was a weird connection we had. We're friends now, but back then we were not friends.
Oh, that's crazy.
And is he still in prison?
No, he got out. He got out. He's clear.
Exonerated.
Our kids hung out together once. It's a weird, surreal thing. He told me about this dude. you're supposed to like take care of your spirit that lives in this cauldron, or else it'll fucking turn on you, right? And this guy was just doing this fucking mad work, I guess. And again, I don't know about if any of this is real, but the way this cauldron or this spirit got him was like, everybody was like, fuck. So he would work like, hey, you're a cartel guy, you come to me, like, you want to curse this guy, so he's, I'll curse that guy. And you're the other guy, hey, dude, this guy cursed you, give me some money, I'll cancel that curse and I'll do it. So there was some shit going on like that.
Yeah.
So eventually all that shit caught up to him. Dude walked into his place of business with a Draco, and fucking the dude got shot multiple times in the chest and fell over the cauldron where his ghost is and bled into it.
Oh,
wow.
shit.
So the whole story and legend around it is that his
Soul.
his prenda was he was eaten by his dead spirit, his prenda.
Wow.
I don't know if, again, but that shit people would believe. I mean, that would cause fear and
Yeah.
belief, I guess, for people. And we would wear Santa Muerte regalia and shit like that on us. And there was always an effect when they would see like holy death shit on us. They would be like, what are you guys about? There was like a fear around it. Or also like if somebody was wearing that and we were wearing it, they would be more open to speaking to us. So like down there's like legit, it does have like a weird power over people and access. And again, criminals can be, there's the line between cop and criminal in Mexico is that thin.
That's crazy.
Is there one organization by the government in Mexico that is probably the least corrupt? I've heard that it was like maybe the Marines at times, because the Marines are never from that region, so it's kind of harder to either assassinate their family or...
It was for a while, but the Marines have just gone... There's a giant scandal right now because a lot of their leadership was caught up in illegal gasoline trafficking.
Oh, yeah, with the Pemex stuff.
Yeah, so there was like a whole thing, and a bunch of them died in training accidents and shit like that during this time.
Training.
Yeah, like so they found out that the former head of the Marina and I think one of his family members were like doing a bunch of like gasoline trafficking, basically taking illegally sourced gasoline and putting it on the market and just making bank on it, millions and millions of dollars. And the next day, one of the guys involved in it got shot in a training accident in a gun range, which the president of Mexico denied completely. She didn't even want to talk about it, so it was pretty suspicious.
The president's a female, right?
Yep. Claudia Sheinbaum is her name.
Isn't she Jewish too?
Yep. She's Jewish, but apparently not a Zionist. She's been pretty outspoken on the side of Palestine. But she is openly pro-Maduro, pro-Cuba, pro...
Oh, interesting.
All of that.
Yeah.
It's a weird combo.
Yeah. I mean, she's very popular in Mexico. She was elected on almost a landslide victory. But people are realizing now that they don't have anybody competing against them. They just won everything.
Didn't they go through like 38 politicians got assassinated or something that cycle?
Yeah.
Something fucking crazy.
Well, that's why nobody's running against them. They're all dead.
Well, it's because so the way things work down there, and mind you, this is something I've heard directly from some of these people, that I want the candidate of this, I have my candidate, as a cartel member, I have my candidate, and other cartel has their candidate. So that's why.
Yeah.
And it's a shit show. What you're seeing now, and we have contacts and people that work at all levels in Mexico, and like we get some information every now and then that is like kind of mind blowing. We have some friends who are currently a part of the new federal police agencies that they started up down there. Basically, all of the federal police and all the shit that we were used to be doing, all that shit got canned about 6 years ago, and they invented this new police force, which is basically military members being dressed in these white uniforms, and they're called the National Guard or Guardia Nacional. and the most ineffective police force in Mexico.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
I think everyone's National Guard is relatively ineffective.
So they started rehiring back all the old guys. Some of the guys that I used to work with, some of the federal guys got rehired. So we have them, like we have conversations with them every now and then, and ask them like what they're focusing on. And you would think they're focusing on cartel guys. They're focusing on local governments. So they'll send them to municipality. So it's municipalities, state, and federal down there. So they'll send them to municipality, and they'll like, wait a minute, who's protecting all the cartel activity here? Or who is the cartel? Like, who's running the cartel? And they're slowly but surely realizing, oh, the head of the police is the head of the cartel here.
Oh shit!
And the mayor is basically the candidate of the head of the police, and they're the cops are the cops are the cartel here.
So like the drug pins are running the state, basically.
Yeah.
Wow.
But in uniform. So it's not like, hey, like we're going to show up in AKs and no. Why? Why not just basically pay off all the police force here?
Yeah.
That's your armed group now. So that's what they're doing. That's what the federal government is kind of focusing on now. They're realizing the ginormous rat's nest. That's why there's a lot of scandals breaking up, like La Marina, the Mexican Marine scandal with the petrochemical smuggling. They not only realized that, but also they realized that they were also trafficking firearms into Mexico and utilizing some of the same tankers of fuel to move around firearms. They go to North African countries, and through money, they will create legitimate paperwork and buy weaponry and arms legally from like giant fucking companies. Import them into these North African countries as part of an official arms purchase, and then the paperwork will disappear, and that shit is now on a boat to Mexico. That's why you're seeing a lot of FN scars in the battle space in Mexico.
Damn.
So what's the solution to that thing? Because I heard you bring it up on Rogan's show about it would be really difficult for Trump or any administration right now in the U.S. to try to kind of attack the drug cartels directly because they're so tied in with the actual politician side. So like, what would be the solution, or what's the angle that would be effective? I'm not like every now and then I get like saying like I'm pro invasion and shit like that. I'm not. You know, you guys know what an invasion is more than most people.
Yeah. And this shit never fucking works.
Yeah.
So I'm just going off what people in my friend circle and people that I know have as far as experiences, nation building and all this. Mexico is right next door. We are symbiotically tied by the hip as far as our economies and family and blood. And despite that big border and all these issues with immigration right now, I mean, we were living in an age where there's ICE raids going on in LA, and there's protests in Mexico cities saying, go back to the U.S. to all the gringos that are living down there because it's cheaper to live down there, right? That's basically we're both screaming at each other in this weird way. If there is any sort of armed intervention by the United States in Mexico, you're going to see a wave of humanity that is going to rival anything that happened in Syria. So that's one issue that people need to kind of pay attention to and have an eye on. There is no moving forward against any of these issues without, in some way, shape, or form, modifying and or striking the federal government down there. I don't see how that could happen. Specifically since they have a majority and people really like the government down there right now. Most people really like the government down there. And on the other side of the equation, you have the United States that has a very antagonistic approach to their foreign policy right now.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of friends internationally. So what could be done, right, is the question. I think we're probably seeing a trial run of what could possibly happen in Mexico in Venezuela. What is happening in Venezuela?
Blowing the boats up.
Yeah, what's happening in Venezuela, in my opinion, and I don't know, maybe I'm dumb, maybe I'm not too aware of what's going on. I think what's happening in Venezuela is directly tied to the fact that the Venezuelans were looking or eyeing one of their neighbors for their oil reserves, probably. El Cartel de los Soles is a real cartel. It's basically their military.
Yeah.
The first time El Chapo Guzman was arrested was he was coming back from meeting from with those guys on the border on the southern border of Mexico. That's the first time he was arrested in the 90s. So this has been going on for a while. Basically, how do the Venezuelans diversify their economy? Just drugs. Why not? You know, and that's a real thing. They are fucking trafficking, and they're allowing some of this shit to happen, and it's a business for them. Now, is that a reason enough to fucking invade them and fucking do direct action stuff to against the Venezuela? I don't know. I mean, I'm not. That's something.
It seems like a real easy solution. We just make drugs legal here, and it totally undercuts everything they're fucking doing.
I heard that when weed was being legalized, and that didn't happen. Like they talked about weed legalization as the silver bullet that's going to kill cartels' pockets. And all that happened is that a lot of those weed fields got turned into poppy fields, and a lot of that poppy got infused with fentanyl, and now we're where we are now.
Yeah.
Full legalization in the United States of all substances. I mean, I don't know what that even looks like. I've seen some of that happen in other parts. Like Portugal gets brought up a lot as far as like, look, we should do it like Portugal does it. But you know, just I don't know. Do you think the United States has the ability to sustain that many people on some of these hardcore drugs?
Honestly, I think if they're going to do it, I think secondary to this, we could do is just stop giving them fucking Narcan. If they OD, well, then the problem fucking solves itself.
Yeah.
Like, that's a pretty easy solution, too.
I mean,
but I just don't know if the American populace has a stomach to do what it would take to... Because the kinetic war down there, it doesn't seem like there's a winnable solution in that. It's just going to cause a whole bunch of other shit.
No, I think it would be like going to Iraq, honestly.
Right, but also for what? For fucking drugs? You know, it's way easier just to make them legal, or at least, like, make them available legally. And then I'm sure there's a way to do that where you can just cut the fucking bottom out of the market for illegal drugs. And then you totally just gut their entire fucking economy, and they can't do anything anyway.
So most of the precursors are coming from overseas. And some of this stuff is now being manufactured in Mexico. In the past, it was like, all fentanyl comes from China. No, some of it comes from laboratories now in Mexico and other parts of the world. A lot of the stuff is already being rerouted. So, like, a lot of the pipeline of some of these substances is no longer in Mexico. It's Canada, or it's through the mail. And you don't hear a lot about these American cartels, but there's Chinese nationals operating these giant cartels in Mexico that are within the United States that are operating here. There are people from all their sides of the world fucking trying to get into this business. It's not just the cartels now. And when you say the cartels, it's, I don't know, about 50 small groups out there, maybe 3 or 4 large ones that you need to worry about. I saw the terrorist designation and kind of called that out 5 years ago before it happened. I was like, this is probably where it's going. It's an amazing tool. Are they, like, people ask me about if they are terrorists? Like, fucking, yeah. Yeah. It's terrifying for people. So something has to be done. Now, who does it? Mexican government is not doing it. We just lived through a policy of abrazos no balazos, hugs not bullets, was the past administration's policy, which is basically hands off on the cartels. They'll be at peace if we just don't mess with them. And that was the bloodiest period in Mexican history to be a Mexican.
No shit.
So that didn't work, right? And now we're going into a process of like, the U.S. is hands off. It's hands on. Like, they're all fucking safeties off on cartels, and they're pressuring Mexico to do its job, which is, hey, guarantee the security of your people, right? And that's not working as well because it's antagonistical, and Mexico's like, hey, the U.S. is like, hey, put this amount of troops on the border. Yes, we will. They were already on the border. It's just like all smoke and mirrors for people. I see Venezuela as a testing ground for what might happen in Mexico, probably.
That makes sense. Well, it seems like the culture in Mexico is very different. Like you said, a lot of the corruption embedded in there. But why does because it seems like the main culture, like the main people there, don't want that in their life, right? They want to live a normal existence and be healthy, happy, whatever. But yet they don't like cops. So how do it just? I mean, how does that fit? Like they don't like cops, or they don't like what cops do.
It's not that they don't like cops. It's policing is like subhuman work. Like if you're a cop, you're immediately fucking
culture.
corrupt. So it's like subhuman work, and they don't get paid well. There's no benefits. I mean, 3 years ago, we paid for an eye operation, and one of the dudes that I was working with, got killed, and they weren't going to pay for an eye operation. He almost lost his eye, and we had to like make money and just fucking give it to this kid.
Thanks.
It is a shit inhuman job for them. There's no safety nets for them at all levels. You talk to some of the people in the special operations community that are like top tier human beings down there, and they're glorified and they're put into a different pedestal. The police is like all the way to the ground, but these guys are like top tier. They get out of work, and there's no safety net for them as well. So it's a culture. There is no supporting your troops. There is no veterans affairs. There's none of that down there. It is disposable humans basically in a lot of these cultures. So that's what you get on one side. And how do these cartels feed themselves with those types of people? So
well, maybe that's that could be a solution as opposed to doing ground and combat operations and or legalizing drugs, is by paying these members of the Marines, Special Operations, or the police force with enough in order to keep them from being bribed.
I know that there's already. I can't speak too much about it, but there's already Mexican nationals who are working directly for the United States down there, right? And at some point in the past, I think some of us were basically kind of on the ground level of some of the experimentation around that. But the amount of people that are doing that job down there is just minuscule. I mean, Mexico is a giant-ass country.
Yeah, but it's also a wealthy one, too.
It's very wealthy. There's a lot of money in there. There's a big part of the... And I think this is one thing that some of these criminal organizations are kind of realizing. Most of the true names of the people that are actually in charge of a lot of the shit that you're fighting against are not going to be in the terrorist watch list. They're going to be in the old money of Mexico list. There's some family names you've never heard that are in central Mexico that run a big part of this issue, but they're directly tied with money, commerce, and politics to some shit that just can't be touched.
Too big.
Mexico is the next China. I've said this a few times, and a few analysts out there kind of say the same thing. It has a better industrial base. It has more people to work it, and has way more skilled labor to work it. The United States is looking for a way of detaching itself from China, and I almost bet that they're looking at Mexico for it to be its next industrial plant.
That'd be cool. Seems like that would solve a lot of the problems.
But the issue is that you had an administration that is currently in power right now that is completely antagonistical to the administration down there.
Yeah, not doing any favors. It's like what you and I talked about before, where if we kind of stuck with Canada and Mexico and maintain this North American
NAFTA
production of everything that Mexico can provide, all the resources that Canada has, and then bring back manufacturing in the United States, we do eliminate a shit ton of those problems. But Trump's not making any fucking friends.
The China, like there was a big pullout of American companies from Mexico the first administration that he had, and all those voids were covered by China. When the tariffs were announced this time around, China was ready. We can't sell some of the Chinese cars in the American market, but Mexico was like, the first Mexican electric vehicles assembly plant announced, but they were all fucking like 80% fucking assembled in China. They were just like being built completely to be then kind of put over. The Trump administration figured that out and like, hey, no. So there's a back and forth going on, and there's a lot of money in Mexico that is foreign. There's a lot of people talking about like, hey, the U.S. just wants the resources of Mexico. Okay, yes. But, I mean, you guys produce more oil than most of Mexico now, and most of the infrastructure that produces and refines petroleum in Mexico is gone. Like a lot of it is fucking just like out of date, inefficient. And I see that. That is kind of the main fear that Mexicans have over the U.S. Like they just want our resources, they want to put us down, they want to treat us as second class. But you have to realize that a lot of it, like the American dream, is no longer in America. You ask most of these people that are retiring, where do you want to retire to?
Yep.
Mexico. I mean, I met
Thailand.
Thailand. Man. I met Jesse Ventura somewhere in Baja Sur once, and I was like, it blew my mind that he was living out there in a fucking off-grid house.
Is he?
Yeah, he lives in like Cabo, right? Or between.
Like he lives on the Gulf side of the peninsula.
Yeah.
And then you see all these giant communities of Americans living down there.
There's so many.
So it's weird. So when you think about like, okay, what would an invasion or warfare look like? It would look like a massive amount of Americans having to be evacuated from Mexico. When we just saw this drone attack in Playas, and the first thing the U.S. did was issue a warning to its citizens to probably not go outside or come back to the U.S.
Yeah.
And I think something has to be done.
Yeah.
Something has to be done. There are powers that be that are controlling and or fostering some of these things that are like way beyond some dude in the hills with a radio calling out the shots.
Yeah.
I think to anybody that looks at the war in Mexico closely, it is a proxy war, and there are a lot of people basically setting fires underneath the feet of the American plan to kind of figure things out.
The manufacturing aspect makes a lot of sense, though, because if you think we do rely on China for a lot of the manufacturing that could be done with some modification in Mexico, it would make everything, I mean, the shipping would be a lot cheaper and faster. I mean, there's a lot to get to that point, but if they were to focus on that, they could probably ramp it up fairly quickly. And I know because we do a lot of manufacturing and small scale stuff, but a lot of it. And if there were a way to get, we do some of our stuff made in the USA, but it's problematic.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of them, like most of the stuff that's made in the USA is not necessarily even better quality. Sometimes it's worse quality. So it really is a international, like,
And more expensive.
Yeah, exactly.
The issue is the U.S. is already plugged into Mexico, right? Mm. The issue is this. A U.S. plant wants to manufacture their new, I don't know, like a breathing device somewhere in Mexico. You set up a plant, you set up this breathing device manufacturing plant in Mexico. You're really cool with all the employees, and all of a sudden you're going to knock on the door. You're going to have to pay us $50,000 every 2 months, or else we're going to abduct your fucking...
Yeah.
And they're like,
right.
oh, fuck.
Yeah,
who do we
that's the
say?
problem.
Oh, government. Okay, we'll call the government. Say, hey, we know we call the government because we have people there. Fuck you. Now we're going to burn your fucking trucks.
Not only you have to pay those assholes $50,000, now you got to pay us $25,000.
And that is a very fucking common thing. So I understand. How do you get around that?
Yeah.
The local government isn't doing shit. Is also kind of sometimes complicit. The federal government isn't doing anything. Every time you go to Chipotle and ask for extra guac, you're putting money into the pockets of these major cartel organizations out there. Every time you like, hey, avocado toast, cool. Somebody down there is getting paid bank cartel-wise. So
Yeah, because they took over all the avocado orchards and
Paid
farms and stuff.
Fucking $1.99 for a scoop of guac.
Wait, why
but
did
now
they,
I'm
why do they
seeing-
take over the avocados?
because it's a shit ton of
So lucrative.
Avocados from Mexico.
I'll say if you enjoy avocados from Mexico, you're contributing to ginormous criminal organizations in Mexico. If you enjoy tequila, you're contributing to ginormous cartel organizations in Mexico. If you enjoy some of the Netflix series and shit like that, some of them have ties to some of these organizations because some of the people that are like paying for life rights and shit like that have some sort of tie to that. So there's a bunch of ways where it's intertwined and connected. Mexico's going through its experimentation right now with like marijuana and weed, right? It's funny, again, like you're saying, like most of the weed trafficking happens from California down. I've seen weed products from California in places like Puerto Vallarta. Like there's a pipeline Like, oh, California wheat in Puerto Vallarta all the way down there.
It's good weed up here, man.
I mean, it's
fucking
Well,
crazy.
and that's also another thing, and I actually personally know this because I know a guy that did it, is
Derek Janish.
a botanist, and a botanist, and is growing some of the best weed in California, and he got offered to go down to Mexico for 6 months in order to set up all the grow facilities and really just try to kind of turn that around. So that way, now you're not picking out seeds and stems like I was in fucking 2000.
Walter Green.
But all these grows, they're called in Monterrey. They're called collectives.
Yeah.
So they're owned by one of them is like financed by an ex-president. So like,
Yeah.
and there's no way in hell you can have a giant grow out there without paying somebody something to not get fucking raided by either a cartel showing up and saying, hey, all this weed is mine now, or the government saying like, hey, what's going on with this? There's a legality fucking hole there. Now there's people now having the ability to buy it for medicinal purposes, but still there are parts in Mexico like Jalisco that if you get caught somewhere by some of these organizations with a baggie of drugs that are not from there and were sold by them,
Yeah.
you're fucked.
Wow.
Yeah, it has to
Literally.
have that certain stamp on that bag, and if it's not, then you're going to get your ass beat, shaken
Which is
down,
like,
and killed.
it's funny because some of the branding that these cartels have down there is fucking hilarious.
Flying dicks.
There's a recently
That's Kevin's signature line.
there's a video of them
Cock
handing.
with wings.
There's a video of them of the New Generation cartel handing out emergency supplies to the populace in Veracruz because there was a storm that hit. And when you look at the bags and you look at the patches that they have on their backs, they have the Forward Observations Group logo and patches on their.
No
fucking,
way.
Yeah. It's like the
saw it the other day.
MP7 devil with the devil with
That's
the MP7, and they have them on their like the patches on the back. I don't know if they're real or not. They're probably bootleg patches.
Yeah.
But the logos on the backs of the stuff that they're giving out is like that's their like logo. Now they adopted it to themselves. It's weird. You see these. I mean, they're online too, and they geek out on gear too.
They do.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
They're like you remember the like Iraqi partner force guys, like when you're downrange, the dudes that we would fucking train or whatever. Like
They'd use like the ODA crossbones and like the arrows or
everything.
NSW.
Yeah, you give them a set of fucking knee pads, they want 4 sets of knee pads, and they'll fucking wear them, dude. They have to have a set of knee pads on, then they'd have a set of knee pads like down by their fucking feet, and you're like, what the fuck? You remember those Wiley X sunglasses?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, we had this one cat. This was when we were in Basra in like 2008, 2009. He had these Wiley X sunglass cases mounted on his shoulders, like right here.
Like epaulets.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck? Like,
That's some Jundi shit.
like shoulder pads or so. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you guys are like bigger gear hounds than like team guys. It was fucking hilarious. I can only imagine Mexico being kind of the same type shit, man.
I
They're
remember,
just now
like-
getting into patches and stuff. It
Yeah.
seems like
Black. I remember Black Hawk.
Oh, dude.
Dude,
Yeah.
the Serpa holsters and shit like that.
That
blowing
fucking
our
dude
mind.
made a fucking grip. He was a team guy that started that company and just made a fucking ass
Blackhawk.
ton of fucking money.
At 511, there was a time in the office that I worked with all our uniforms for 511.
Yeah.
So somebody was making fucking bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, and dude, 511 started out as a fucking climbing company.
Yep.
You know, it's like,
It was a 511 grade
Yeah.
for rock climbing.
The Safari Land holsters are made in Tijuana, apparently.
what
Oh,
is
really?
Safari Land holsters were made in Tijuana, or I don't know if they're still made in Tijuana, but they were made for a bit. And I remember we got training in the U.S., and all of us were wearing our fucking leg holsters all the way down here, and these guys
yeah.
were like, "Fuck that, get."
Yeah.
Just cutting them and fucking they have to be all the way up here. Oh fuck, that's way better.
Yeah.
Light bearing holsters and shit like that was like the future for us. I remember like having this Streamlight light that I found somewhere, fucking yellow ass light. And I'm like, holy shit, my gun has a flashlight on there, and just being
Yeah.
absurdly dangerous with it. Like, what's that over there? Just fucking pointing my firearm. I remember when lasers hit the market down there, the green ones.
Oh, dude.
Holy shit, we were like Star Wars.
Fucking just fucking blinding motherfuckers. Like,
Oh, it sounds like a fucking good idea until you're like, I remember some of our guys got into a firefight from one hillside to another. And like, why do they know where we are? It's probably because there's a fucking laser coming out of your rifle, pointing exactly towards where you are.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, they look cool, but they're not that smart. But yeah, we again, gun runners would sell us all this fucking bougie fucking magazines and MacBull, Dynamics, everything, even the DVDs. These dudes,
The DVDs?
these dudes were like, hey.
Because those DVDs are good. You can learn a lot from those.
I mean, I remember all of a sudden some of the Cartels guys were like, fucking.
Oh, geez.
The fucking
secret
Yeah.
shit.
the Costa, Chris
all-
Costa
yeah.
special.
And all their rifles
Coast
were
Guard.
like decked out in like Magpul shit, like Magpul Dynamic stuff.
Yeah.
Like I had a Magpul Dynamic sling on my MP5, and I didn't buy that at the store. I found that somewhere. But I remember like you would find these safe houses, or like basically fucking dormitories. They will use these fucking houses with a bunch of mattresses on the ground. And you would see like all Magpul Dynamic boxes in the fucking trash and shit like that they were buying. They were really into vertical
weapons cache.
They were really into the vertical
vertical
grips,
grips.
you know, because they're cool. Fucking
Especially with the bipod legs on it.
yeah, dude.
Grip pod.
Yeah.
Combat arms and accessories, like this Israeli company was also the ones that made those Glock
Yeah.
that they would turn them into like a sub
little-
gun.
oh, yeah. Had like the
just put it
folding
in
stock
there,
and
yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Dude, I remember
Those
those
things are
were
still kind of popular.
or
Yeah.
the shoulder stock for the Glock.
Yeah.
And all the fucking Joker magazines, like the 32 rounders, like Glock magazines, the 31
Yeah.
round.
Oh, yeah, they're down there.
Yeah, like all that shit started showing up, and it was like all fucking gear nerds, like in the environment, were like, "That's cool. I want one of those."
It's probably the Marine Corps down here. Just driving it across.
Just flooding them.
I mean, you would see dudes walking around with a leg holster and the fucking giant magazine sticking out of the back of it.
Oh, yeah.
And they would have to have the leg holster like flat on their like the side, like that's where they'll be able to drive with those fucking stupid magazine.
How good is like the postal service down there? Do they screen?
No.
So you literally just
That's why when I
Dude.
lived down there, I had to have a mailbox up here in San Diego because like you're lucky to get anything out of DHL worth a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you still might be able to, but I had to come up twice a week just to
Yeah.
pick up mail.
yeah.
Yeah, there's no
DHL
one-
works good going out of Mexico. Going in is a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they look through everything, and also if like, oh, this is cool, I'll
Shake
just
it, like-
keep it,
Yeah.
That's
and
mine.
it just disappears.
Yeah.
And if you're not there right when they say the window that they're supposed to deliver in, who knows what happens?
No,
to
that's
it.
even
it was
if-
delivered.
Feel like showing up to that window.
Yeah, you
I mean,
gotta
it took
be
me
there.
2 months to get internet, and I would just schedule them every week, and they're like, "Yeah, we're coming," and I'm like, "Fucking when?"
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, that was one of my biggest pet peeves about living down there. Was just like the lackadaisical Mexico time.
Yeah, you have to pay for the express.
Yeah, you got to
service.
know somebody still.
It's always the case down there.
Brian, we got to fucking flood the market with some of these Liberty wrist fucking patches.
I mean,
Just do an airdrop.
they like
over Baja.
They like them. They like patches out there. If you run into like a military checkpoint stuff like that, you have some cool patches, dude. You'll make friends really quickly. Just give them out.
I learned that
People really like
from I learned that when I was a kid from doing like Baja. Is
Baja.
they would stop and like hit up all the guys for monster stuff, and then I remember I got out of one time with Patrick. We were going.
Was that
down-
that scuba diving trip?
Yeah, and we had a bunch. I didn't know any better, right? And this was the first time we went down, and had Pelican cases and shit. So like that's like a no-no, like any Pelican case. So they're going through it. So then he sees my backpack and thinks I'm military and stuff. I was like, no. And then I was like, oh, you like patches? So then I just started fucking like, and then you could tell when it was enough when he stopped searching. So like everybody else got through and I was the last one. And I just like, I was handing him like Deadpool patches and like whatever you want, you know?
And that's back when Patrick was making patches that would go in the black market for $400.
Yeah. So I was
That's
just
fucking
giving out
crazy.
like, I had purposely brought a bag of swag because I figured it might happen. And it did. And it got, maybe, I don't know, $20 at retail for patches got me out of, a thorough search.
Yeah, or 200 pesos.
We made there was a spider monkey one of the cartel guys had as like a pet down there. It was a favorite. They had a TikTok account, I think, and it somebody made a little plate carrier for it. Yeah, it had a little fucking plate carrier and everything, like a OD.
You know what it really was? It was a beer koozie plate carrier.
I have no
We
idea.
used to sell them at Tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this monkey was rolling around with this cartel group. All of them got fucking murked. They got wiped out at some fucking hillside ambush somewhere. And
The monkey survived?
No, monkey got it too.
the monkey, there's a
small
picture
plate,
of the
buddy.
monkey. There's a picture of the monkey like this on the ground, and its eyes kind of open, and a fucking bullet hole right in his
He's
chest.
got a little hoodie on and a
guy.
plate carrier.
Yeah. So when that shit
Christ.
happened, I was like, Eddie, we need to make a monkey patch. We need the cartel monkey patch. So we made this cartel monkey patch.
We had somebody working with us at the time who was not a fan, but we did it anyways. And
Well, we just put that out. It did well. We sold a few of them. Forgot about them. This year there was like a news story that broke from the Ukrainian front.
we did those patches like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So a bunch of the Ukrainian drone operators rocking our monkey patches, cartel
No
monkey
shit.
patches.
I
And
have no idea how they got out there.
the news agency kind of did a slant on it, like, oh, the cartels are sending their people to train, and that's why they have these cartel monkey patches here, or something. It's a bullshit. Like, there's a YouTube channel called, a friend of mine runs this YouTube channel that's dedicated to arms in Mexico, and
Some friend, he doesn't even remember his
dude, I'm like, my head, I've been hit in the head too
No,
many times.
we don't want to drop his name.
So he went out there and kind of gave them a bunch of our patches. But there's a bunch of those drone operator guys that have like even tattoo the Sneak Reaper tattooed
Yeah.
on them. They're fans.
Oh, shit.
They're
What's it
fans.
called?
The Sneak Reaper.
So yeah,
skeleton.
let's explain your guys' brand and where everybody can find you and kind of the reason and method behind the design of some of these things.
So tell them how the Sneak Reaper, you were looking for a logo, and then how it got to its current form right now.
Everybody would make fun of us because we wouldn't get anything like as far as equipment in the unit that we were in. So they would say that they would send us out working naked, right? So every group had like a different logo, and they would make their own fucking logos and shit like that. So I remember one of them had like an owl with a helmet on. This fucking stupid logo. And like one of them had like a jaguar, like, and when I was looking for ours, like as I was looking through books and shit like that, I found this Japanese art print of this skeleton. It's a kabuki
Wood block, what do they call it?
a wood block print
Yeah.
of this kabuki like Japanese theater thing, and in it there's a monk that falls in love with this princess, and he dresses up as a ghost to try and figure out access to this princess. I thought it was the coolest shit when I saw that skeleton. And then
So you put a knife in the skeleton's hand, and then pretty much.
those two friends that I told you about that were picked up, one of them was tied up with zip ties in front of him, and he pulled out a pocket knife from his waistline and stabbed one of the dudes that was going to pick him up. Both of them did end up dead anyways, but he took one of them at least with him, so he put that zip tie, his hands, and the knife on him.
Like,
and-
right here.
yeah.
And that kind of I made patches, and some of the guys were like wore them, and then they kind of like we all disbanded and everybody went their own way. Years later, I'm up here in the U.S.
That's fucking crazy.
I had
Thanks.
I had the guy from Fear Factor reach out to have me show up on his podcast because he was following my weird Instagram account. That's who I thought he was.
That's awesome.
And
shit.
I go up there to his studio and go on his podcast, and my life explodes as far as the amount of attention I got. And I'm like, I need to make a living off this somehow now.
Yeah.
Everybody's selling merch. They're like, hey, Ed, what would be a logo that you would utilize for some of this stuff? Like, I don't know. And that's where I remember just pulling out this patch from my bag, like, can we make this? So that kind of originated that.
And you didn't even call it the Sneak Reaper, right? A student in a class.
Yeah, somebody
Coined the phrase.
said
Show
Sneak
your-
Reaper.
So it's just a shirt.
And
Kind of like it how it's like a scary ass gray alien that's like got abducted and now is trying to shank
Why
somebody.
is one leg longer than the other? I'm just
That's
fucking
his
with you.
dick.
and all the stuff we sell has like weird secret like hidden pockets on it, like
Yeah.
elastic pockets on it. When I got out, like my mom would modify all of my clothing. She was a
that's cool.
seamstress. It's like
Yeah.
hey, can you make this
Cock holster.
a little bit? Can you make this back brace? Can you make this back brace elastic into a way to carry around MP5 magazines? And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
Like you can think of it, I can sew it.
I could probably man, Spiritus made like a pretty good bank robber rig. My mom made something pretty cool like that when I was like,
I know exactly what one you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's the one you wanted on that one photo shoot that we were doing
Probably.
from like Heat.
Yeah,
Or something
yeah,
like
good
that.
stuff.
my mom made me one of those for like MP5 magazines. I would carry like a bandolier style across
Yeah,
my
yeah.
chest. So a lot of the stuff like modifying clothes stuff like that I would do to myself, and I would do classes. The first classes I did here in the U.S. were through Triple Lot Design. So I would like, hey,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Was this before or after Pat?
After Patrick.
So I would show up there, and they would be like, oh, like, what modifications can you do to clothes? So I would just pull these fucking clothes that I actually used for work. Like, you could put a hide here. This is how you hide. This is, and they're like, where can I buy that? It's like, you can't. My mom and myself kind of like manufactured some of this type of stuff. So it was only until I got people like Eddie involved, and we kind of partnered up that we started figuring out ways of actually doing some of these things to be able to be commercially available.
And you guys are running like classes of how to kind of get out of handcuffs or zip ties or illegal restraints, and also like what G10 kind of like blades and things that would go past metal detectors.
Like when I got out to work, there was a shit ton of holes in my training that I wish I had. From medical, like I didn't get access.
T-triple-C.
I didn't get access to a tourniquet until I came up here to train. They took us to Coronado, and I got to learn how to use a tourniquet from a corpsman that was coming back from Afghanistan. And I remember that was the first time I ever saw a fucking cat tourniquet.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, you can wear this on your gear and shit like that." And I was like, "Hey, dude, like we can't carry things in the open." So he was like, "Oh, fuck, well." And
Put it up your ass.
or down the waistline, or like making elastics in your pants or your jackets to carry it. And so like we started modifying things like that way. A lot of that experience got then turned into like, hey, getting out of zip ties and restraints, and it's part of what we do, but also like, hey, how do you prepare for a trip?
Yeah.
You're going to Mexico. Yeah, what part of Mexico? It's probably a good idea to do open source searches to see what the cops are wearing as far as uniforms and firearms there, so you can identify somebody that's pretending to be a cop or not. Or if there's a lot of corruption there, probably don't trust the cops and probably form your own exit plan that is outside of that. Hey, have you ever bribed anybody? Probably not here in the U.S. I could show you how to do that somewhere else overseas.
Yeah.
Did you have an infection in Mexico and you don't want to go to the doctor? You can fake a UTI at 5 pharmacies and get all the fucking antibiotics you want. Or you can fucking order some white people meth to your hotel room through Uber Eats. Stimulants.
Yeah.
Which are over the counter down there. Or like fucking pain medication that is not over the counter up here. Some pretty powerful stuff you can order to your hotel room. How would you do that? Well, there's an explanation of how you can do some of these things that are kind of in the clandestine field. People think it's like spycraft. Dude, this is ditchcraft shit that we have to do ourselves because, one, we couldn't trust the local hospitals. We didn't trust a lot of the people who were working around. So we had to find creative ways of being independent and having our own options with us, which make a lot of sense for a traveler. The knife stuff isn't knife. Like, I don't do knife karate, some people call it.
Because no one wins at a knife fight.
No, but if, a weapon is something that's meant to be felt, not seen, is something I learned really early on. Most of the knife stuff that I show people comes from, like, growing up on a pig farm. Knowing what a blade length works, knowing that stabbing something in the heart is probably pretty fucking dynamic and horrible. And also working against people that were hiding shit to fuck us over.
Yeah.
Again, when I came up here and I went on Rogan and I started becoming a public figure up here, I had to look for ways of subsisting up here.
Yeah.
So the merch game was a thing. And somebody approached me like, hey, knife design. Everybody has a fucking knife design. What's your knife design? And they thought I was going to pull out a commando knife or a Rambo knife of some sort. I pulled out my mom's knife, which my mom used to carry around a French pruning knife. It's this curved little knife that she would carry with her. She would flick it out, open it, cover it over with her finger, and just cut things.
Sounds like a karambit.
Yep.
Yep.
Emerson Knives made a version of it. It's almost like a karambit, except no ring.
Yeah.
And, it's just this curvy-ass, pointy-ass blade.
The claw.
It's like a claw. It's just, it's meant to kind of be carried in reverse. So pretty good for coring apples and avocados.
And
Ball sacks.
Amazing mushroom knife. And ball sacks, I guess. But again, a lot of the stuff we do, and a lot of
talon.
a lot of stuff we focus on is.
Sucker.
I had a lot of experience of doing shit the wrong and dumb way, like looking for experience and coming up with lessons afterwards. So a lot of that has now come into the field of. We sometimes get access to government people that are like, hey, this is an issue we have. How would you solve it? Coming completely outside of the spectrum of a U.S.-based individual or combat fighter here. I'll give you one example that I can speak about. They were trying to figure out a SIM card, a phone SIM card to access somewhere, how to be hidden on your person. And density scanners might be in play, and metal detector might be in play. I know there are a few people worked on that question, and my solution came to me in L.A. at a nail salon. I figured out how to make very convincing toenails that could have a compartment in there for a SIM card.
And
And
I thought you were going to say cocaine fingernail.
no, the toes. You make them look. You can even make them look pretty gnarly. So I've taken my experience down there, trying to not get fucking caught up and not get into a situation, not get into trouble, and being independent with the ways that I seek out resources, manufacture weaponry, manufacture hides on clothing, not depend on a supply line or on a company that makes shit with fucking hides, just make them myself. And that mindset and how that applies to people now, people that travel, people that fucking want to just have the ability to do something in case something happens, and now like advising government agencies on, this is probably what you should be looking for. This is probably what you should be prepared for if you travel into another country, specifically one in Latin America. So it's like I've taken all that experience and I kind of like condensed it into a few training courses that we do, and also I've gathered some pretty interesting individuals around me that know how to do some fucking pretty amazing things themselves. They come in as students, then they become my teachers, and then I'm like, dude, I should just fucking host you for a class.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, we ended up, we met a kid like that and hired him almost on the spot.
The accountant.
We call him the accountant, but he doesn't have any social media presence. He's young, mid-20s, and
Dude.
will physically
Is his name
physically
Ben Affleck?
physically and digitally break into
he's a
anything
real life. He's a
and
real life
probably
winner.
outshoot 90% of the people in this room. And he is
Tisms.
yeah,
Like
the
all,
dude
all,
is
He's
all
on
of
the
us,
spectrum.
all of
Jesus.
us, all of us
Yeah.
are, all of us are in
hardcore,
some,
and he'll be
Yeah.
the first one to admit it. I'm like, dude, how the fuck do you know all this? He's like, I got autism. Dude, he is. I'm constantly blown away. Like,
Yeah,
That's awesome.
we give him a problem, and he's like, "Give me a few days," and he comes back with this fucking solution.
can we tell him about the hotel room? I think we can.
Sure.
think we
So he.
If it's fucked and you come back later, we can blurt that out.
I bet you. I bet you it's going to change some things. I can explain it if you want.
We were in Vegas. Let's say we were in Vegas, and there's
For
a
an event.
Yeah, sure. And there's a hotel we're staying at that has some pretty interesting security features because of the types of people that stay there,
Ah.
right?
All right.
And they're key card coded rooms, and you have to swipe your key and all that. But the specific security protocols for that door.
The encryption level.
The encryption level of that door hasn't been broken by any of the online hacker nerd community. All these fucking people.
Not that dolphin thing or any of that.
The flipper by itself will not.
No, you have to do some work on that code beyond my level of understanding and experience. But we tried everything and nothing worked. And this guy's like, "Oh, just give me I'll work tomorrow."
2 hours.
2 hours.
Do you think he could hack these things in order to get them
That's
to
a good question.
do what we want?
With conversations that I've had with him, if there's a way to remotely access anything, there's like ways like the Wi-Fi
That app
mapping.
isn't too fucking secure, I would think.
No, it's fucking
That's a good
made up.
question.
But, I just had a phone call the other day with a guy from high-level government, D.C., has prior experience in TFO, and he's running kind of like an urban SEER course for high net worth individuals and executives and things of that nature. And I told him about these. However, I told him that they're not secure, right? Because it's going through Meta, it's going through an app, it's on your phone, it's not fucking secure.
Yeah.
And so trying to figure out how to get these to essentially our own system, our own database for advancing locations, PIDing targets, not having a fucking blinking light, things of that nature.
Jailbreak them somehow.
Yeah, it would be a massive just upcharge for somebody that did buy them. And I don't even know what that looks like for you guys, but it's definitely something I would pay for.
Yeah,
I can think of one. I can think of one
I definitely
glasses
would.
company that I've used in the past before those came out, that I used to use for shooting classes, that does sync with an app, that doesn't have a light, and I bet you on an Android you could probably do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anything running through a phone and apps is what we've learned is no.
I know. That's why it's like there's got to be another method.
And like, oh man, I'm on now. We have a shit ton of NDAs and shit like that. But there are products out there that we're now just seeing that can give you superpowers.
Yeah. Well, the new generation of these have a HUD too.
Yeah.
Did you see what Oakley just came out with?
I did.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's right dead nuts in the center. I was talking to Zhao about it, and he's Asian. I don't know how much I trust him.
Nah, no, he's good to go.
Okay, I love Zhao actually. Dude.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of this podcast, and
Yeah, I love that dude.
he's always been great.
Yeah, I got to see some of the weird ass technologies that are now kind of being put out there. Specifically, one of those that weird mask and shit like that. Like I saw them, and the amount of moving parts to any of those sophisticated systems. All of them have access ports.
I know.
So I keep coming back to the same lesson over and over again. If you want to hide from people in the present, you have to pretend like you live in the past. And I think we're about to go through a lot of retro shit in the coming future in warfighting. The more sophisticated technology, the more vulnerable it is to primitive level attacks.
Yeah.
High frequency fucking sonic devices are going to be probably utilized as countermeasures for a lot of this fucking technology that is giving you super hearing, which just also means like a pretty good way of interrupting your fucking super hearing. Some of these augmented reality devices have ways of being overwhelmed or overloaded, so I think we're probably going to see a lot of that in the future, or at least that's what I looked at. When I looked at it, I'm like, how can I get around some of this shit?
Yeah.
Phosphorus.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things that I utilized these glasses with in Europe was live translate.
Yeah.
And in the event, like I was in just kind of like a weird area or kind of like a shitty bar, and I just kind of got that feeling that they were like talking about me, whether that be because I was wearing a Rolex or like they were going to shake me down or anything.
It's because you're so fucking hot.
I just asked them to live translate, and it was in their language, and it is instant feedback, and like no one else around me can hear it.
Yep.
And like the light doesn't blink or whatever, but I now understood exactly what they were fucking talking about. They were talking about fucking my wife, and how hard is it can be to get him out of here, which I'll take that over, how am I going to slit this dude's throat as soon as he leaves the bar, or potentially even getting roofied.
But on my end, if I encounter that technology now, there's a pretty cheap way of creating a high frequency device that is going to be emitting something you can't hear, but anything recorded is going to be fucked, and everything that your glasses are trying to read,
just like a
is
jammer.
fucked.
Yeah.
It's like an audio jammer.
Yeah, it's
Is
like
it
our
pretty-
old Clue systems that we had. They looked like the
what is
mushroom.
What is old is new again. You can have that
They're
technology
pocket
now.
size now.
Yeah, you can. We can speak of
Yeah.
Well, there's we have
stuff
one that is
coming. There's stuff coming.
we have one now that's about that big. You can put in your pocket.
All right, well,
Yeah.
keep me posted because I travel a lot.
Yeah.
So
I just want to go into my wife's nail salon and hear what they're saying. 'Cause you
of
know they're
it
shit
is-
talking.
It
it's
is a
not
fuck-
Tagalog and Vietnamese yet, but
Yeah.
Japanese, German, Spanish, Italian, and French are the current languages
shit.
that are built into Live Translate. But we
Shit, I need to start
uh,
wearing those glasses around my fucking mother-in-law.
Yeah, you do. Honestly,
Yeah, there's some shit you probably shouldn't.
Right?
Ignorance is bliss. And
No, I mean just to know what the fuck she's saying. Not she's not talking shit about me half the time. It's just like I'm like over there this morning, like doing work over there, and I'm just like, what? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
yeah.
yeah, but
It's
some of the
super-
stuff I'm seeing, like drones are everything right now, and everybody's caught on to them. Wired drones are already in Mexico because a lot of the governments down there had started buying these stupid space guns to get to try and get at drones. We just saw the unveiling of this Black Hawk helicopter is now unmanned.
Yeah.
But you can fly a drone into the fucking tail road of it with a fucking explosive charge.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is something they just did in Colombia. Like they killed about 11 operators that way with just a drone and fucking explosives right in the back tail
Cartel?
road of the helicopter. Some sort of like a FARC group or something like that
Right.
did it in Colombia. So, that Mexico isn't pretty good about revealing numbers, but like from some of the stories we've heard from some of the people that we talked to, many helicopters have been taken down in Mexico, in this fashion, right?
Yeah.
No.
So, with any of this technology that's coming out, you see like, holy shit, these fucking helicopters, unmanned helicopters. There's a dependency now on these unmanned operational vehicles, and then there's monkeys around trying to figure out how to take them out. Right?
That's Andrew.
Yeah. So with any of this stuff, I'm always looking like, what is the weakness of this, right? From the perspective of somebody that has nothing except access to maybe a hardware store or just shit you can find somewhere. How can you get around this?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these fucking stadiums and shit now have counter. Well, I would say a lot of them. There are stadiums that have counter drone shit.
Vegas does. All of downtown
Yeah,
Vegas.
it's
I know
fucking pretty
two
crazy.
guys that flew drones in Vegas, and it was just, harmless. And the second that RTH feature, return to home feature, is there, they picked these guys up and they got a $25,000 ticket
No shit.
for flying a drone in Vegas.
Wow.
And-
But now you put an optic wire cable on there,
Right.
which is something Russia, Ukrainians have figured this out like long ago, but now
All the fiber optics.
you're seeing
Yeah.
a lot of that fiber
They got
optic
like
shit.
20
Like those
miles of it.
crazy fucking javelins or what are the not
toes?
The toes that
Yeah.
have that fucking that cable.
Shot a lot of those things. Yeah.
So now I think that's so again, like if you want to hide from shit in the future, you pretend like you're in the past. So like
Yeah.
Yeah,
we've
just
gone from
make it
wireless
analog.
to wireless again.
Yeah.
and
It's
like,
pronounced anal log. But it is fucking crazy you mentioned that because I did a security gig for a very wealthy individual, and they, we were kind of supplementing their EP, and dude, they had a fucking backpack jammer.
yeah,
I was like,
yeah, backpack.
wow, first time I saw that shit before.
BFTs.
I mean, yeah, it was
Yeah.
literally in a fucking like
But,
a small Camelback. Fucking, it was like this big.
And now
big old
imagine-
fucking
Big
ass fucking antennas on it.
But like speaking from a from an antagonistical position, that's how way that I can cut out communication on your end. I'll fucking bait you into activating that. Now you can't speak out, and that's when my fucking ambush happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah,
if you're minded in that way.
very true.
So because again, a lot of these technologies are being tried for the first time in many places. The
Yeah.
Ukrainians have been at it for a long time. The Russians have been on it for a long time, and they've been doing some amazing shit. But it's showing up in these fucking conflict zones all over the world. In Mexico, they started utilizing drone jamming devices like the ones you explained.
Mm-hmm.
and the cartels realize that when they turn that on, they can't.
Yeah. But it's
or-
only a matter of time, though. I mean, they did that shit in Iraq. You had we were given fucking hand and arm signals from our gunners in turrets because we had jammers and couldn't use our emitters. And then they came out with the Singars?
Yeah, the
That would
Singars
sync
and the new
up.
fills.
So it's burst. It was sync up with your fucking radios. And
It's a
2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then they find a way to overcome it. And, it is fucking crazy. You got enough money.
You can do anything.
Yeah.
and you have enough money and a bunch of kids that have
ADHD.
ADHD or tisms. Like I got the ADHD, but you pair somebody up with somebody that has the tisms, and they fucking
Yeah, with
you
our
come up
powers
with
combined.
with our
Superpowers,
powers
man.
combined.
Yeah.
That's like
All the Tylenol.
Yeah, all of the time. That's kind of the I guess for us we're when we get invited to advise, like we bring a group of very various people that have different kind of like experience bases.
Like dudes wearing capes and shit.
Yeah, if you, maybe a
I
furry
wish the
costume.
accountant would wear a cape.
Like he should.
get him a
It's
cape.
like he's our superhero. But when any of these things come up, and I have a weird ass network of people all over the world that share stuff with me. Like we talk to some of these weird kid drone operators that are fucking running on Zins and fucking Monster Energy, and some of these like at least one of the dudes that I talk to has a Sneak Reaper tattoo on his tattooed somewhere on his back, I think. He's like, hey.
Tramp stamp.
Like I asked him, like, hey, dude, like, do you guys have any issues with like mental health and shit like that out there? I say, no, none. Why,
Just Call of Duty, baby.
dude? There are
So when you
at
guys,
least 80. One of them, he told me one of them had an 89 confirmed, and it's not like, hey, he's talking out of his ass. He has like a drive with a lot of these
Oh, I bet.
recorded, and like, hey, look,
Shit.
an 89 what?
80 kill count.
Oh, shit. Nice.
With
Yeah.
drones.
With drones.
So when you guys go to, obviously, probably Mexico is probably one of your
It's one of them.
crazier places, but when you go down there, it's like walking on fucking eggshells, or you roll down there with like a
I don't-
PSD, or
I don't go anywhere where I don't know people.
yeah.
And so we don't go anywhere where we have people waiting for us or
Okay,
people
yeah.
that we know. And
I
also,
mean, yeah.
we don't go blind into any of these places, and I don't go into anywhere where I don't have people that I don't trust with my life. So there's always people there kind of waiting for us.
Yeah, smart.
But also, we don't fuck around with anybody. We don't reveal cartel secrets. I don't give the live location of their like main heads or
Yeah.
reveal anything.
Publicize any of the shit.
Or like
yeah.
everything I speak is public knowledge. I do have an analytical side of things, and when I share some of my opinions on some things, and it's mostly based on my personal experience. But I'm not a cartel reporter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have friends who are, and like God bless them, that's a fucking risky ass job. But I'm paid for my opinion, and I try to form my opinions by going out there and doing conversations on the roads with people, trading patches for stories, going into maybe getting into a lucha fight with some midgets. But also the guy that was going to take us there is also the head of this fucking ultra high-level federal unit, and he's giving us access to some of their guys, and we're giving them training, and they're like responding back with like, hey, guys, do you have anything for this type of restraint? Like, what type of restraint? Holy fuck. Who's getting tied up with these fucking shackles? Oh, that's what they're using now.
Fucking
oh, cool.
hogtied and shit.
Yeah. So like that's, and then we get asked or invited by people up here of high levels, and they're like, "This is what we know." Ah, that's cool. This is what we just saw a few months in Jalisco, and they're like, "Holy fuck, where'd you get that?" Well, this is the access
In
we have.
Jalisco, I just told you.
Yeah, shit.
I guess, yeah, I'm always worried about my fucking safety. We're always trying to keep ourselves safe, but we, number one, we don't fuck around with our security. We always have people where we travel, and again, we're not here to fucking
you're not
We're not
out
pissing in their
anybody.
Cheerios.
Yeah, we're not here to fucking out anybody or report on anything. We have friends who do that, and we try and keep them safe. But we're more of the what's the latest and greatest? What is the current form of the situation out there, and what what can we provide to anybody that wants to consult with us as far as on the ground live information. And
I get a lot of asked a lot of questions about these tips and tricks and nuances of traveling safe, or at least to the best abilities and best practices and things like that. And if you guys are willing, kind of give a blanket checklist for things to look out for. I tell my friends when I take them down to Mexico, like, hey, keep a large amount of your money stashed, in your sock or hidden in some capacity, and then have enough to, kind of pay somebody off or pay at the bar. That way you're not just pulling out a shit ton of cash, or, all the nuances that you guys know. And I think that would go really well on our Patreon. To have like a checklist of things just to kind of help keep you safe. Yeah. One of the first things I do is I find out where my hotel is, and I find out where the nearest American embassy is or the consulate. Yeah. Same with the hotel. Same with the police station.
Yeah. Open source intelligence gathering is something anybody can do off their phone. So like just being able to do some open source intelligence gathering of yourself and having that culture with you is something I always recommend to people. And we have like a whole course that we kind of dedicate to that, but it's pretty, figuring out, number one, the history of the place we're going to. There's a we call it the dimensions of three. What happened here 3 years ago? What happened here 3 weeks ago? What happened here 3 days ago? If you can figure out these three things, it'll give you a good baseline of the normalcy of the environment you're going into. There's no way that you can figure out normal anywhere. No. So you have to go by the locals, right? So, one, figuring out a baseline of the environment by doing open source search. Use 3 search engines because each search engine will give you something different. Turn on your VPN because that's also a factor. So doing an open search on these environments. What are you looking for as far as information? The history of criminality in the area. Can you trust the local authorities? What do the local authorities even look like? What are the main firearms in the environment? If you might want to pick one up or you want to identify one of these firearms there. What type of history do they have with individuals of your nationality being victimized there?
Right.
What if I'm going to Colombia and I want to pick up some hot chicks there? Like, what should I be worried about? So basically, looking for a good history of the environment. Let's say I'm going to somewhere where there people are getting fentanyl, and that's a way they're picking people up. It's probably a good idea to have some Narcan with me. Yeah. And change the label of that Narcan into an Afrin bottle, which is something I do when I travel, just in case. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Who do you think on average, and this might differ depending on region, country, whatever, but if you're going down there and you did this kind of research, but you're not trying to buy fucking drugs, but you're trying to figure out where to stay away from, is that a bartender or is that hotel front lobby?
Americans are so good at living everywhere else except the United States. There are expat communities everywhere of every kind in every part of the world that I've managed to kind of like go to. I got hired by a company at some point in the past. They were trying to figure out the location of somebody that they wanted to extract somewhere. And they were like trying to pay off local cops to investigate for them. They hired this fucking PI that went down there and fucking took him for a fucking wild ride. I, on the shitter, with my phone, went on a Facebook group, figured out somebody from the region and environment who was an American expat guy was living down there. Figured out what the main places where some of these guys would hang out or go and buy products that were familiar to them and their environment.
And then send him a dick pic.
And I sent him a dick pic of me on the shitter. No, I just like as a, hey, I'm an idiot. I'm going to travel down there. I want to maybe live down there. Like, what does it look like? And then I said, a friend of mine used to live down there. I don't know if he still does. And that's how I approached it. I got them their location in an hour and a half by going on this expat community.
That's fucking crazy.
So online catfishing is an amazing skill set to have, you know? But also realizing that people that are outside of their country are usually very friendly to people from the country that they're that they were from, and they're pretty accessible. And some of the most friendliest, welcoming situations I've had outside of this country have been with expat communities where I'm like, show up like, hey, I'm from the Americas, you know? So figuring out, kindness, gift giving, bartering, paying people off are fucking skill sets to have.
Yeah.
And if you can figure out an expat community out there, that's one way. Another way is knowing your Bible, because I've yet to encounter a place. Well, I haven't traveled that much in the Middle East, but I've yet to encounter a place where knowing your Bible and being a good Christian doesn't open up a few doors with people. And also, it makes people not question you deeper. If you want to end a conversation really quick with a federal police officer at the airport, pull out your Bible and ask him if he's accepted the Spirit of Jesus Christ in his life.
Oh my God, yeah.
No shit.
They're like, oh, you're free to go. They really don't want to continue on that conversation. Sometimes, I don't know. That doesn't always work, but it's a pretty good one.
The Bible now.
But you'd be surprised about how many doors that opens and how many people are kind of pretty open to that. There's no way you're gonna get a full layout of what is normal or baseline anywhere.
Yeah.
The whole gray man concept is bullshit.
Yeah.
Because we travel with our history and our skin, and I can't blend in
Stand
Oaxaca.
out like a fucking sore thumb.
So instead of trying to blend in, figure out a way to control the narrative that you project.
Yeah.
Like, hey, if you want to make a bunch of locals laugh and maybe get a few free beers somewhere in Mexico, figure out the local soccer team of the environment, buy that jersey and memorize the names of the players, and maybe memorize some of the recent games. And a gringo talking to the locals about this fucking local sports fucking team.
I bet that goes a long ways.
Oh, dude, you'll have so many new friends.
Yeah. That's sage.
And it might be manipulative, or like, I don't know, some people have issues with that.
No.
We do a class called Urban Movement, and it's basically a class related to social engineering and bypassing security features and figuring out your ways of accessing places where you're not supposed to. But one of the main things we kind of focus on in that class is all of us have different things that we don't want to go and do. Like, we have had some prior military guys who have all this fucking cool ass trading and shit like that, but put them on a street corner panhandling, and they're completely outside of their fucking element.
Yeah, for sure.
They're like, I don't know how to feel about this. I've never asked for money in my life.
That was my most uncomfortable moment taking, like, even we had an Austrian medical class where, like, fake vomit ended up in my mouth and stuff like that, and that wasn't as bad as panhandling. Like, panhandling... It's
hey, you have to get money from this environment
in order to get from A to B.
Yeah, and it's not even that, like, just you have to do it. No, I sit down and explain to you, like, so there are things called props. If I show up to a gas station as I am and like, hey, can you lend me $20? You're gonna tell me fuck off, right?
But if you got a puppy.
But if you go to your car, smear your hands with fucking oil, and then get a baby car seat and carry it with you, and then approach a single dad with his kid, or somebody that you can recognize as somebody that might have kids themselves, and you're like, hey, dude, my wife's in the car with a screaming baby.
Necesito pesos para mi bebé. Yeah.
And it's magic in some cases, right? When I say that, I mean, yes, it's manipulative. Yes, it's something you shouldn't be doing. Yeah, it's fucking asking for money. We donate all that money to charity at the end of it, but we get banked sometimes.
Damn.
And when you explain that to people and they do it the first time, we had this lady who was like this corporate lady who was there because her husband dragged her to this class and she didn't want to be there, but she made like $60, and it wasn't, it was like husband couldn't force himself to ask for money, and she would just just walked up to like parents that had their kids. Dads that would have their kids with them.
Super soft hands.
Yeah, some of that. Dads don't want to look weak in front of their kids, and like if a woman is coming over like to ask for like some help, fucking I'll do it.
Yeah.
And again, these are things that I learned as being a kid and kind of like being this fucking at-need individual out there. But this is the way that I kind of educated myself and educated some of the guys that would come to work with us. Some of the guys were coming in from military circles with the fucking haircut, with the lingo, with the couldn't fucking shake that off them. And how do you get rid of all that shit? You put them in situations like that. We also had another exercise we do called carding. People used to utilize like hairpins, like clothing pins, to pin on people without them realizing it's like an awareness drill. That's not what this is. We had a guy who, Vietnam era dude, American, who showed us some weird shit when it came to like urban warfare and shit like that. That showed us some stuff. And one of the things he showed us was you would take playing cards, you put a sticker on the back of them like a tape, and the plan was to tape them to the middle part of their backs, which is basically pretending like you have a pistol and you're assassinating somebody from the back and shooting them through the heart. Sounds easy. The issue is you had to put 3 in an environment. So the first one goes on and you might not get caught, but somebody else might see you put it on. Or people start noticing that they're being put on and they start getting fucking really squirrely. So you had to put 3 on in an environment within the span of like maybe a few minutes. It's a great way, one, to figure out how to approach people and to break this weird fucking bubble of like, hey, how can I convince somebody that I'm not a threat, right? So if you want to find the friendliest person in any environment, untie your shoes and walk and wait for the first person to say, hey, dude, you have your shoes untied. And they approach you and they're like, oh, thank you. You're an idiot now. You're not a threat. And now you can start a conversation with somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's incredible.
But these are, like, again, these are fucking Mexico,
So
man.
if you see somebody with their shoes untied, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck those people. Or the zipper off us.
Kick 'em right in the balls.
Leave that tonto alone.
But it showed us that narrative is very important. And I was working in environments where any sign of us being cops, so we had to fucking, my whole thing was I was a deportee. That was my whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
That same dude showed us the art of invisibility. And I was like, he was like, hey, we're going to teach you the art. Like he told us he was going to teach us like some ninja shit, right? The art of invisibility. Like,
Ninja smoke.
Yeah, I wanted to learn about the ninja smoke. No, he took us to a hotel room and we drank wheat-based beer for 3 days and got shit-faced. And we didn't take showers. And then we went to an open-air market and bought our clothing. And by day 3 or 4, you're ripe.
Yeah.
You're ripe. And he gave me the lesson that if somebody smells you before they see you, you become invisible. And I didn't know what that meant.
Wow.
Until you've run to a homeless person that smells like shit and you don't even want to look in their eyes when they're asking you for money. Then you're invisible. And some of the stuff we would do as far as like putting eyes on targets or like moving around the city, shit like that, we would have to become invisible. So like some of that shit we would do.
Yeah.
Our fucking clothing would, like, our dog blankets would be fucking clothing, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of these things are, you know, homeless people showed us some shit. People that actually had experience of homelessness would kind of show us some of
That's
these
one of the things that I learned at a certain organization. And our little bug out fanny pack had the full like blue Taliban hijab, you know, with like the face covering in it and everything. And I would have to dirty my hand. And this is before I had hand tattoos, but like dirty that up and get in this like woman's hijab. And then I had a pair of like the chanclas that they fucking, you know, sold downrange, because if you're running around in combat boots, like you're fucked.
Yeah.
You know, and that whole nature. And then in the event that anybody like approached us or got weird, we would just literally act mentally retarded. And like even gone to like one of the levels in school where we'd literally fucking like shit in a toilet, reach in there and grab it and just like fucking rub some shit on you. So you just smelled like death.
Yeah.
But like if you got compromised on an operation, like we're changing into this, we're dumping everything else, we're burning the radios, you know, bipping, blowing in place, and then just like going down the street and just working our way as close as we could to the military base. And if worse got to worse, jump in the fucking river and float as close down to where you needed to get to. And like, you know, we were able to kind of turn ourselves out of the river. We didn't have to practice in the river, but we did have to practice all that other stuff. And just getting hella dirty.
Being retarded.
Yeah, just be retarded.
That'd be easy for me.
Yeah. I mean, most of the people that would work in that type of environment already have some sort of ADHD or autism going on. So, like, we already have some of that going on, I guess. for me, like going through this process of learning a lot of this shit, I was in fear for my life.
Yeah.
And I would see the failures in others by burying them. So I had to, like, that's what motivated most of us.
It allows you to be a lot more committal.
Yeah, like remember seeing, they were like, hey, this is how you fake being a fucking heroin addict.
Yeah.
And they would like fucking liquid with pepper mixture and small injections around an area, and you would like make your own fake track marks. And that was fucking, I'm not going to be able to, and then I was fucking doing it because fuck this.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Or this aspect of like, hey, you're going to have to go and lie to these people that if they find out who you are, they're going to get killed. Like, okay, when do I get like a course on this? There's no course.
Yeah.
Fucking talk.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
In a parking lot somewhere, and there's like a committal, and then let's fucking commit to this. And there's like 3 days of prep where you become whoever you are, you know?
Yeah.
And again, like a lot of these lessons I took from that, and then just I've had access to some pretty interesting people in my life, and I always say this: there are some high-level people out there that have these fucking incredible skill sets, but they suck at teaching.
Oh, yeah.
And
We've actually talked about that
Yeah,
earlier.
that's
but they
fucking a lot of people.
It's a whole different skill set.
Yeah.
and it's one thing learning here in the U.S. by people that have like a, you know, they can't flog you, I guess, or they can't fucking shoot an AK next to your ear and maybe give you permanent ear damage, shit like that. And I wouldn't want anybody to go through any of that type of training, but it does show you things.
Yeah.
And I got access to some of that. I think that's what kind of makes me a bit different than some of the people that are contemporaries of mine up here. But it's humbling, though. For me, it's humbling in the fact that there's a cost to a lot of this as far as, like, knowing it. There is long conversations with my therapist about, like, hey, dude, can we talk about why you have your wrist all marked up? I was like, oh, this is not so... I didn't do this to myself. This is, like, work. It's like, why are you doing this at work, you know?
Yeah.
Because I'm showing people how to get out of these.
Snapping restraints.
Snapping them, cutting them, sliding out of them in weird ways. But like, I'll get fucking like he knows. Like we'll do a class and I have to have like a 2 or 3 day of recovery after some of these events, and I'm like, I think it's essential to have somebody with an experience base that is showing you some of these things because it's that important.
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to be picked up by cartel members, but some of them, like we had one student that was tied to her toilet by a boyfriend. And she in her mind would never imagine that this fucking counter custody stuff is going to come in handy in her own home.
Wait, was that, what's his name? Above the above the bar in IB? Remember he handcuffed his girlfriend to the...
I don't think it's the same guy.
No, this was she was zip tied to a toilet by a boyfriend, and she got free, went to her neighbor's house, picked up a kitchen knife, and waited for the cops to show up. But she was like a Doctors Without Borders type woman. She was trading for like overseas.
Yeah.
And the shit showed up in her house. Basically, she invited that shit in. And not everybody's going to go through an experience like that. But it's, I don't know. I think it's being restrained or being put into a place where you're confined or find yourself in a room you can't get out of. If you have daughters, if you have wives, if you have sisters, you realize that no amount of fucking Krav Maga levels is going to be able to give them the ability to fight through a grown male or a group of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you give them a pointed object and you show them where to put that object between the legs, in the armpit, in the throat, or chest cavity, if you have something that has enough mass to go through the chest cavity, that is an extreme option. But some of us, depending on our gender, probably have more of a justification to have some of those skill sets behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We've learned a lot over the years. We're running out of batteries on this stuff, so we're gonna wrap it up. But where can people find? What's the best place for somebody who wants to learn more, get more involved in this stuff?
We are one of the most banned Instagram accounts out there. We got deleted 500,000 followers 2 years ago, and we're right back at that right now.
Dude, that is fucking crazy.
But it's beautiful though.
Like banned for what?
I posted videos of people being welded into their houses in China during COVID.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to kind of track us down, www.etsmanifesto.com and www.sneakreaperindustries.com are both of our websites. Ets Manifesto Official on Instagram or Manifesto Radio Podcast on Instagram. You can find us there. People think it's like specialty training for like specialty people. We do have that. We do train some pretty cool people out there. But a big part of our public classes are just people, everyday people that want to get ready for a bad day. And we have more than enough experience to kind of share with everybody out there if they want to show up to one of these classes. We're actually going out to Emerson Knives right now to do a class for people. We do this pig lab where people go and experience, manufacturing, concealment, and also actually applying some of this stuff on a pretty close simulator to a body,
That's cool.
Anything else, Eddie?
Shit, when you said something about picking up a pig, I thought you were talking about for like a barbecue or some shit.
I wish we could afterwards, but
You don't want to eat that pig.
Yeah.
It's a little diced up.
A lot of foreign objects
Some
inside of
fucking
it.
goat labs and shit.
A lot of people carry around knives and they've never actually, I carry a gun, go to a range. If you carry a knife and you think you're going to be able to impale it in somebody's chest or like maybe do something with it, come to one of those classes and we'll stress test it out. And people usually change what they carry in their pockets after a class like that.
Eddie, where can we find you?
So my Instagram is the Salesman's Manifesto, and then just the regular ones. I also own Tactical Outfitters, so if you want to go there, that's about it.
And watch Damage Report, which is me.
Oh yeah, we have our own podcast. we do podcasts with all kinds of people, but the one with him and I is Damage Report, and it's
we get into some shit.
It's the most stupidest.
We get into some
dumb
shit. We get into some shit constantly, and that's where we kind of like
Our
talk
last
people through.
episode was about Ed shitting his pants on a first date. So that goes to tell you like what we're dealing with.
Oh, good. Well, you're perfect on a Liberty wrist then.
Yeah, no shit.
Thank you guys for having us on. Man.
Yeah,
This is
appreciate it.
pretty
We'll
cool.
talk all the things in the notes. Thanks you guys so much for coming on. This has been awesome. Great conversation.
We appreciate it. All right, guys. Thanks. Ed Calderon, Eddie, why am I drawing a blank on your last name? Dennis. Please like, subscribe, and stand by for Patreon. Thanks for tuning in.
Cool.